Dozvoljeno preći danas iz kliničkog centra kod nas reći, ali da je on kultura strom. Znači, evo nas je još nema vi, jer sve smo da bi bilo još uvijek je. Sve može nije može da vi toliko imate
Poštovane koleginice i kolege, uvaženi gosti, dame i gospodo, pošto imamo dosta stranaca, morat ćemo na engleskom da počnemo ovo otvaranje, a i kasnije će predavanje biti na engleskom, a i pošto je internacionalni sastanak, to je vrlo važno. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, outstanding guests, we are very honored today that we have on this place again our meeting related to educational symposium related to chronic fatigue syndrome, long COVID and post-infection syndromes. We are very proud because we practically succeeded to create one new model for education in Europe. This model included patients and experts related to this disease. And we are very proud because it's here in a university hospital, very famous university hospital and institution in the whole world practically, related to cardiovascular diseases, but also for other diseases. I have to express my gratitude to Professor Milovan Bojić, director of this clinic. Unfortunately, he is not here today, but he recognized this project, he supported completely, and it's very important for Europe and for region. We talked yesterday about this meeting and persons who are involved in this meeting, and it was one joke that we have presidents here. I will explain which presidents are here. It's very important meeting because we have first of president of all patients in Europe. This is one network. This is Grace Marie Brickley, and he's the second time here. And also we have the members of the board, emerged board from Europe. The president of this board is Simon Carding from Norwich University. He is also the president. And also we have some members of this board. I will talk about this later during the opening part. Eva Untermeyer from Vienna, from Austria, leading immunologist, and Louis Tellier from Paris and Pasteur Institute. This is another group related to Lyme disease and the chronic Lyme disease syndrome. And our intention was to connect different institutions related to this problem of post-infection syndromes. And I think that we succeeded in that. We have also here the presidents of regional societies of patients. This is Serbian Society. Iva Ignjatović is here, and she'll talk later about activities in Serbia. That also Barbara Gross from Slovenia. Sandra Špac from Croatia is not here, but she sent her presentation, and we will see welcome words from here. And also we have some representatives of Bosnia and Herzegovina. They are started now to creation of association of patients. We are very proud because we became one place for collecting of people involved in that topic, that very severe disease. This meeting is organized under umbrella of Serbian Medical Society. This is here is the president of Professor Milan Nedeljković. He's a very famous cardiologist and our friend, and he will talk later about this. And we are very proud because we have a section of autonomic nervous system. I'm currently the president and the founder of this section for autonomic nervous system of Serbian Medical Society. And this meeting is organized also under the umbrella of this Serbian Society of Medical Doctors and our section, and also from the Society for Neurocardiologists of Serbia. What was our intention? Our intention was that we will educate not only doctors, we want to educate patients, doctors, students. I have my students here, students from medical faculty from Belgrade. And also, as you know, we are university hospital. And our model is, I think, the first that we organized this meeting at university hospital, and very famous university hospital. It's very important thing. And it's a model, I think, for the future, and we will proceed with this education in that field. We are also the center related to neurocardiology in the world, I can say, and related to testing autonomic nervous system dysautonomias. These autonomias are very often and the main complication and part of clinical picture by patients with ME and long COVID. And we have special laboratory here, neurocardiological laboratory for testing of these patients. We are only one practically laboratory related to testing of autonomic nervous system in the world related to connection with these diseases. This is mainly a very important thing because there are not big number of centers in the world. Only a few in Europe, and in America about 5 or 6. But nobody is involved related to this disease. We are practically only one group involved on diagnosis and treatment of these patients. Dysautonomia is a very big problem, and also syncope. I will talk later about the syncope. And we are working together with our invasive electrophysiologists in treatment of these patients. Our approach is completely multidisciplinary and integrative. And this is our intention to see people as a holistic way and treat on integrative way related to cause. It's most important thing. We are also have support of European Academy of Science and Arts. It's very important thing. I mentioned before that we have support from the many very famous and important institutions here in Serbia and also in the world. And we have practically our director and me and some experts from Europe are the members of this European Society. And we have completely support and everything, this information we have on the website of European Academy of Science and Arts with 48 Nobel Prize winners. And this is the main main society related to science in Europe. And also we have another meeting. This is a meeting related to non-invasive electrocardiology and neurocardiology. It was 1 month ago. And we had during this meeting also this session dedicated to this problem. And we have also the experts from different parts of the world involved in this presentation. This is the reason because we have integration of many institutions in the world, and our intention to proceed with forcing of these activities is very important thing. I wish you a successful meeting, and I hope and I know that you will enjoy in Belgrade. And I'm very happy because we have Verica Janković here. He is director of our National Institute for Health, and I invite later here to give some words. This is very important support for us, and it's very important thing that we can now, I can say, we now educate the whole Europe. We have now the presidents, patients, many presidents of patients, experts, and now we have translation on English language and similar language for all countries in Europe. And we have also the Zoom platform, and we have connection with patients in Europe. It's very, very important thing. Thank you, and I invite Professor Petar Otašević to welcome all of you on behalf of director and our clinic for cardiology.
Thank you, Professor Milovanović. So, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is a great privilege and honor for me to greet you on behalf of our CEO, Professor Milovan Bojić, who regrets because he's not able to be present here today, but he sends you his warm regards and best wishes for the success of the meeting. So Professor Milovanović touched all the important topics, and I would like to say that as a head of cardiology clinic, I'm very proud that we are dealing this important problem because we're living in a pandemic of chronic fatigue. And I have to say that we sailed somehow through COVID, but we're having even more difficulties in managing long COVID and post-COVID syndromes. And again, it is a great privilege to have patient societies, representatives, and residents with us here because everything we do is for the sake of the patients, and patients should be involved in the decision-making, into shaping the process of dealing with their disease. And most importantly, together with the patient associations, we'll be able to approach decision makers and make them aware of these huge problems. So again, have a fruitful meeting and best regards for the future. Thank you.
I mentioned before that this meeting is under umbrella and support completely of our Medical Society of Doctors in Serbia, and our section also for autonomic nervous system. And I invited Professor Milan Deljković, very famous, our cardiologist. He is the president of our Serbian society, to give some words.
Pošto je ovo i srpski kongres, ja ću na srpskom, pa posle na engleskom. Poštovani profesore Milovanoviću, poštovani profesore Otaševiću, poštovana profesorka Jovanović, poštovani profesor Brčevski, poštovani koleginice i kolege. Ispred Srpskog lekarskog društva hoću da pozdravim 3. internacionalni simpozijum hroničnog slabosti sindroma, post-COVID sindroma, a takođe i post-COVID sindrom infekcije. Srpsko lekarsko društvo je krovna institucija, kao što je kazao profesor Milovanović, svih doktora medicine i doktora stomatologije, staro 153 godine. Osnovani smo 1872. godine. Imamo preko 45.000 učesnika, aktivno je 18.500, imamo 47 podružnica, 62 sekcije, jedna od najmlađih sekcija je baš sekcija za autonomni nervni sistem, osnovana 2006. godine. Imamo Akademiju medicine i nauka Srpsko lekarsko društvo, staro 49 godina, naredne godine 50. godina, jubilarna. Imamo Društvo lekara Vojvodine, Društvo lekara Kosova i Metohije, bavimo se edukacijom, upravo što kolega Milovanović radi, i publikacijom. Najstariji časopis je Srpski arhiv za celokupno lekarstvo, staro 151 godinu. Sekcija za autonomni nervni sistem je vrlo aktivna. Pre mesec dana imali smo isto jedan simpozijum. Ovde se bavimo faktički srčanom slabošću. Ja sam kardiolog. Nešto što je najteže kod čoveka to je da se zamara i da ne može da se kreće, a upravo ovi aspekti post-COVID i sindrom posle infekcije da će nam odgovore kod jedan multidisciplinarni pristup, raznorodni specijalnosti, da će nam odgovor na nešto što smo želeli uvek da znamo, ali negde nam stajalo u vazduhu i na jedan određen način nije bilo definisano do kraja. Upravo ovo je simpozijum koji će o tome da priča. Dear Professor Milovanović, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, behalf of Serbia Medical Society, I would like to glad you all and welcome you on 30 Internationally Symposium Chronic Fatigue Syndrome, Long COVID and Post-Infection Syndromes. Thank you for coming in very important institution, Institute Cardiovascularne Disease DEDINJE. I wish you successful meeting, simpozijum, International Simpozijum. A sada bi ispred predsjedništva Srpskog lekarskog društva hteo da poklonim jednu monografiju, to je 150 godina Srpskog lekarskog društva. Sve ono što je urađeno u srpskoj medicini u zadnjih 153 godine sabrano je ovde na 700 strana i za ljude kao što je profesor Branislav Milovanović, jedan od naših najpotentnijih kardiologa i jedan veliki moj lični prijatelj, želim da mu poklonim ovo jedno delo svih nas koje je izašlo 2022. godine. Živeli! Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and we are very happy and proud because we have now the director of our National Institute for Health, Verica Janković. I invite her to give some words. As I mentioned before, we have now the presidents of societies and directors of main institutions.
Poštovane kolege, dragi saradnici, uvaženi gosti, dragi profesore Milovanoviću. Dear colleagues, dear friends and distinguished partners in this epidemiology situation after the COVID pandemic. It is my great honor to approach you today and to thank you for the opportunity to present a little bit the National Institute of Public Health of Republic of Serbia, Dr. Milan Jovanović Batut, which has the name of the first dean of the School of Medicine at Belgrade University. Today, I have a really opportunity to congratulate to the director of this institute, also to Professor Milovanović and to all of you, Professor Otašević, and also to Professor Nedeljković for the opportunity to talk with them, because the importance of today's meeting, I think, is much above the opportunity for me. I mean, to say again and to underline the opportunity and the importance of the COVID-19 pandemic. The most important thing is that our institute, with a network of 25 institutions around Serbia, is always in the situation to do the surveillance and the monitoring of or the epidemic situation and communicable diseases as well as the non-communicable diseases. After a big pandemic situation, which fortunately is last one, we have many lessons, and these lessons are actually the task for all of us to communicate the opportunities for the future prevention and also monitoring or possible health conditions that could affect our health. Today, we talk about the fatigue. Actually, you will talk about that and about the other syndromes that are coming after the COVID-19 infection. So I have opportunity to learn, and also all of us from the preventative medical science, what are actually residuals and also consequences of this very strong and last attack of the communicable diseases. With you, we will be more clear with the requests what to monitor a part of communicable diseases. Together with this very important communication and network, we can opportunity to share the experience and knowledge, and also to improve ourselves and the cooperation in the future time. Professor Milovanović, thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful meeting. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. And I mentioned also that we are very proud because we have directly support from European Academy of Science and Arts, and this information about our meeting education is on website of European Society of Academicians. And I invite Professor Ilija Brčevski, a representative of European Academy of Science here in Serbia, to give some words.
Thank you, Professor Milovanović. In the name of the European Academy of Science and Arts, welcome. I cannot say something about it. It's not my specialty to speak about diseases, but education and the science is very important for our academy, and we have excellent collaboration with this institution. And for that reason, thank you, Professor Milovanović, that you are some kind of special medium to collect good people with good possibilities. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. It was the part of opening ceremony related to the Serbia, and now we start with our international guests. First of all, I will express gratitude to Richard Simpson. He is on the head of one very important institution from the United Kingdom and Europe, Invest and EMEA Research. Unfortunately, he's not here, but he sent his presentation. And this institution is very important because under the support of this institution, we have the collecting of scientists from the whole world in United Kingdom every last week in the May. And we are very proud because we are the part of this International Society of Scientists. And I'm very proud because together with this meeting, we have also the Educational Symposium here with doctors and patients. Now we'll see welcome words from Richard Simpson from United Kingdom.
Good morning. We probably all know most of the historical issues surrounding ME regarding the research, treatment and perception. And it is patients who have to deal with the consequences of ignorance, misinformation, apathy and stigma regarding this disease. Today you will hear in other presentations about the problems that people with ME continue to have to endure. So rather than repeat that, let us ask why. After decades of scientific progress in so many areas, ME remains a field where patients still have no diagnostic test, no treatment, and little meaningful support. And why we feel that European collaboration now offers the clearest, rapid path forward in the absence of continued governmental failures to address the needs of patients effectively and quickly. Invest in ME Research is a UK charity and will reach its 20th anniversary in 2026. In that time, the charity has worked continuously, entirely voluntarily, to facilitate a strategy of collaborative, coordinated biomedical research into ME. Despite being a small, volunteer-run charity with no salaried staff, it has achieved more for biomedical research into ME than some larger organizations. It has funded many PhDs, fellowships, different research, a clinical trial, and developed and facilitated collaborative initiatives that governments have failed to support or ignored. Our purpose is to facilitate the discovery of the causes and develop treatments for ME. From this seminar's flyer, Despite its increasing prevalence and debilitating nature, it remains largely unfamiliar to the public and many medical professionals. Understanding of its etiology and pathophysiology is limited, diagnostic criteria are inconsistent, and guidelines for diagnosis and treatment are inadequate and outdated. A comparison of research papers when the charity was formed in 2006 and from today shows the same conclusions. The mechanisms of EMI remain unknown, clinical management is inadequate, and research is underdeveloped. This situation was similarly apparent in the UK Chief Medical Officer's report of 2002. The situation described today, with no test, no treatment, no strategy, would have been entirely familiar in 2006 when Invest in EMI Research held its first conference. So, 20 years on, we are still asking the same question: why has EMI research made so little progress? With the recent research program funded in the Netherlands and promising developments in Austria being exceptions, very little has changed in the wider landscape. We can suggest what has held us back and why we believe that collaboration, especially across Europe, is the way forward. Why? Maybe not only because EMI is uniquely difficult. The real barriers are structural. Chronic underfunding has meant small studies and no replication. No sustained investment has been made to standardize diagnostics or build multi-center cohorts. Stigma fills the space left by scientific inaction. And without a research career path, capacity remains small. All of these problems point to the same root cause: a lack of intent to prioritize EMI. All of these barriers stem from the same origin: a lack of intent to fund and prioritize EMI research. When a disease is not considered a priority, it does not receive adequate funding. This lack of investment means that research is not performed or is constrained. No research leads to no available treatments, reinforcing perceptions of EMI as untreatable or even as not existing. No treatments lead to stigma and disbelief. Stigma discourages researchers and clinicians, affecting capacity to perform research. Weak capacity is then used to justify continued low investment. A perfect storm, a self-reinforcing cycle. Government departments and national bodies have repeatedly demonstrated passive acceptance of the status quo. The recent UK government's delivery plan is a prime example. It took 2 to 3 years and achieved nothing substantive. No infrastructure, no clear strategy, no meaningful investment, no accountability. And yet Invest in EMI Research predicted this result from the outset when we were first invited to participate and proposed rapid solutions. But few listened and nobody acted. Another UK debacle and another 3 years wasted for patients. The status quo has been tolerated rather than challenged. And patients were fooled again. The mere appearance of doing something is often enough to fool the public. Strategic indecision. If EMI research is ever to progress, fundamental gaps must be addressed. Researchers need career paths, multi-center studies, biobanks, and translational programs, perhaps incorporated in centers of excellence for EMI. These must be deliberate efforts, not left to chance. So what needs to change? 2 things are fundamental. So first, a sustained strategy of coordinated research with adequate biomedical research funding, and real programs, not piecemeal grants. Second, deliberate capacity building, fellowships, protected posts, multi-center studies, and long-term commitments. We have spent 2 decades building collaborative structures that national governments have failed to consider or just talked about. Our idea has been to encourage a family of researchers and clinicians to come together and share knowledge and data and collaborate across international boundaries. The strongest route to progress is through Europe. We also thought it also essential to bring in researchers from outside of the field of EMI. European networks now connect scientists, clinicians, and early career researchers, providing a framework for meaningful research into EMI. Backed by annual, CPD-accredited scientific colloquiums linking researchers, clinicians, and patient organizations. We must use these networks and build on them, rather than wait for governments to act or for some to try to reinvent what we already have. Augment what has been started, the most rapid pathway for progress, and cheapest for European nations. We can develop the European groups as a framework in advocacy, research, clinical healthcare. European EMI Alliance that advocates for patients in Europe. European EMI research group concept to allow European researchers to work together. European EMI Clinicians Council to build a network of top clinicians who share knowledge and become a stakeholder in overcoming ignorance about EMI. Young Emerge early career researchers providing a support network for those entering the field of EMI research. These European networks provide a powerful resource for further international collaboration between biomedical researchers, aided by events such as the annual Invest in EMI Research colloquiums. Multi-country research is essential for modern biomedical research. It provides larger, more diverse cohorts, stronger biomarker validation, and faster translation into clinical trials. Modern tools, AI, systems biology, genomics, metabolomics, require large datasets. No single country can or is willing to generate these alone. But Europe can. This approach can work. 2026 offers an opportunity for a European multi-country ME project. This could consolidate 20 years of effort and finally deliver progress for patients. The eMERGE Group is hoping for funding for a pan-European project that would create a significant foundation for European research into ME. The takeaway is simple. Progress in research into ME will come more rapidly from European collaboration, using existing structures, networks, and momentum. Commitment now is critical. To close, European collaboration is not optional for ME. It is the fastest, most reliable route to meaningful progress for ME. The structures exist waiting to be developed. The need is undeniable. What remains is commitment from funders and policymakers. Thank you.
This is the message from Richard Simpson from this institution, very important for us for investigation. And as you can see from his presentation, we have eMERGE board of experts related to this topic and this disease. And as I mentioned before, we have presidents now today, and we have Simon Carding from Norwich, president of eMERGE board. I invite him to welcome of you.
Okay, thank you, Branislav. So I don't really have much more to add to what Richard has just shown in his presentation. But as somebody who's been struggling to do research on ME, I think we've reached a critical point. As Richard said, the UK government has acknowledged that ME is a serious condition, but they're unwilling to put any new infrastructure or funds into funding research. So we are in a way going round and round in a circle here. We get government to acknowledge the importance, but there's no real action. So that means the action has to come from researchers like myself and other members of eMERGE, and more importantly from patients, because it's the patients who can apply pressure for the government to do more for ME research. So we work very closely with the charity Invest in ME Research, and through that charity we work with other European patient support organizations, and we're all one voice. That's an important message. We are one collective voice that can really make changes happen. We're able to do some things. We get money support from principally charities and patients, many of you here, and that allows us to do important research, and some of it we'll talk about later today. But a new initiative that's come about, which Richard mentioned, is that for the first time the European Union has recognized there's a need for funding in ME research. So earlier this year, they announced a call for grant applications specifically targeting ME CFS. And because we had eMERGE, we already have a collective group of investigators, researchers, clinicians, patient support organizations, which we could bring together to help produce an application. So Ava, who you'll meet later on, was the lead of the program. I did a little bit to help her, but it's principally Ava. And we think we've put together an excellent application. It involves 19 countries, including Serbia as well. So this is really a pan-European collective organization, which without Emerge, we would struggle to do. So that's very important. So fingers crossed, and we hope to hear the outcome of that early in the new year. But that would be a significant advancement because it would allow us to do research across Europe in ME. And the purpose of the proposal is to develop the means to identify biomarkers, to improve diagnosis, and importantly, to identify patients which can be put into clinical trials with specific drugs that would be designed to improve and hopefully cure their disease. That's an incredibly important application, so we all hold hands. The other thing is we all meet every year. As Richard said, we have a meeting in Cambridge, England, and that is a truly international meeting. It's not just Europeans. We have people from Australia, New Zealand, and increasingly America. We're working with the Americans to develop clinical trial measures. So the Americans obviously have a lot more money than we do, though Trump is likely to take some of that away, but he is putting money into ME research. And we're working with the Americans to develop the means by which we can have much better, more larger studies that involve European patients, but also clinical trials. So we're developing the means of assessing clinical trials and having real means by which we can assess the impact of a drug. So we're working with them to develop the means to develop more better clinical trials. So there's a lot of activity going on. There's some encouraging signs, particularly from Europe, unfortunately not the UK, but the Europeans are leading the way. Austria and the Netherlands have dedicated funding. Hopefully other countries will follow suit. And finally, we may get the money we need to really make an impact on patients' lives. Thank you very much.
Simon mentioned that we applied for a project of European Union Horizon, and I invite Eva and to give some words about activities, and she's also the member of our Emerge board.
Yeah, thank you very much, Branislav. Dear guests, it's really a pleasure for me also speaking or saying a few words. It has been really a long journey until also driven by the patients. The European Union announced funding that is especially dedicated to the ME CFS research field. And I think this was really the opportunity to submit a pan-European grant and to think about what we can do together. And I think this is the important word, to do it together with the patients, to include them in our research efforts, to drive the field forward, to finally come to the possibility of the cure. And I have to say, it was really a joint effort. Simon pointed out he contributed very much to this activity, and also Richard. But in the end, it was the team of all the 20 applicants that formed the application together. And as Richard mentioned, we hope to have the outcome in January. Simon also said, please cross your fingers. That's very important. Of course, there is competition, but I think the important thing is we have a building, what we can drive forward and what we can take into the future. And I think the important thing is we have to get researchers, clinicians, and patients together to move this field where we want to have it. Thank you very much.
We changed a little bit program because it's very important thing, and it was our intention to collect many societies involved in that topic, post-infection syndromes. One of the biggest society in the world is ILATS group related to chronic Lyme disease. And now, first time we have 2 members of this group. Our intention is also to do this connection between these societies, and invite first to Louis Tellier to welcome all of you.
Good morning. Yes, ILADS is the International Lyme and Associated Disease Society, and I'm a member of the ILADF, which is the education and the academic board of this association. And of course, we have been talking a lot about COVID and post-long COVID syndromes, but a lot of other infectious disease, latent, long-lasting, whatever you call it, lead also to ME. So that's why you're right, Branislav. Professor Milovanović, sorry, I call you Milovanović. And that we should join our efforts and have also these invite, and that could be another maybe a proposal for you to invite other society of other long-lasting disease to join the club, if I can say so. So all together we'll work. Europe is a very important tool, and we have to keep in mind that Europe must be united, because there are a lot of problems ongoing now, and so let's hope that science will help to stay together. Thank you very much.
It's a good idea that we will collect many societies from Europe and the world for one idea to help the patients. And we have also also one member of this group, ILAS group. This is Tanja Mijatović. He's from Brussels, from Belgium, and she's originally from the Serbia, but he lives in the Brussels. I invite her to give some words.
Dragi profesore, velika mi je čast da budem deo ovog simpozijuma. Dear friends, colleagues, patients, it's a great honor for me to be here in my native city after so many years spent abroad, and to be part of this joint effort, which is quite unique. At ILADS, we are militating for years to join to our sessions, to our conferences and symposiums, patients and patients groups, in order to strengthen the efforts and to expand this educational process. So I'm so impressed with the organization of this symposium and the extent of all different parts of the research that they bring together, scientists, doctors, students, and patients. And I'm confident that all together we will continue to advance and eventually bring some solutions for the patients that are in a real need of quick solutions now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And as we mentioned before, we are collecting societies of experts, doctors, and now we start with patients. We are very happy and we are very proud because we succeeded in that project to create one new model, I can say new model, that we can work together with Society of Patients in Europe. This is EMEA Society, this is our network, and from region. This is Serbia, Slovenia, Croatia, and very soon in the Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we succeeded in that, and we have second time here Grace Marie Brickley as our guest here in Belgrade as a president of this group of patients of Europe. I invite Grace Marie to give some words. Možete li da pomognete?
Thank you very much, Professor. Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Professor Milovanović, for this invite. The European ME Alliance is privileged to be here again in Belgrade today for this very important symposium where patients, clinicians, researchers, policymakers are all here together to improve the lives of patients. I will talk today about denying the existence of ME and its disabling symptoms and the impact that that has on patients and what clinicians can do. I will start off by saying I do not have ME because if I did, I probably would not have had the energy to be here today and talk with you. I would probably be home in my bed in a very dark room without enough energy even to take care of myself. So I will start with just a very few words about the European ME Alliance. We are a patient organization founded in 2008. We have the voice of people with myalgic encephalomyelitis, which is abbreviated as ME, but is also sometimes referred to as ME-CFS, with CFS standing for chronic fatigue syndrome. We advocate for patients' rights and biomedical research for better patient outcomes, and we are composed of 18 member countries and growing, and many of those countries are represented here today. As you've heard before, for the European framework for ME research, it's been neglected by governments, and therefore it was left to EMEA, which is a patient organizations, and its member societies to initiate research in Europe, which is not usually the case for most patient organizations. We also have an annual research conference by our UK charity, Invest in ME Research. So we work together with the researchers, the clinicians, the patients, and also the young researchers. We have strategic collaborations. We work with WHO Europe. We're recognized as accredited non-state actor. We work with the European Federation of Neurological Associations as a board member because ME has been recognized as a neurological physical disease by the World Health Organization since 1969. We work with the European Disability Forum because we defend the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We work with the European Patient Forum on larger patient issues, and now we would like to join the NCD Alliance, which is the Alliance of Non-Communicable Diseases. So ME destroys millions of lives. And when we ask about how many people are affected, no one really knows because many people do not receive a diagnosis. But across Europe, an estimated 2 million people live with ME, and an estimated 240 million worldwide. And that is according to the 2020 European Parliament resolution on ME-CFS. And that resolution called for national training, awareness campaigns, and increased funding for biomedical research, which unfortunately until today, many countries have not implemented. So today I'd like to talk about harm. And I'll talk about harm in many forms, and I'll start with harm caused by the disease. So while we wait for research to identify biomarkers and curative treatments, patients continue to suffer daily, and they need assistance right now. So what is their situation? Their ability to function is unpredictable from moment to moment due to the defining feature of ME, which is post-exertional malaise, abbreviated as PEM. And PEM is not ordinary fatigue. It's a systemic physiological collapse affecting multiple bodily systems, including neurological, immune, metabolic, and cognitive functions, as well as cardiovascular and muscular systems. In order to avoid PEM, patients need to conserve their energy and to pace themselves. But in order to be able to pace themselves, patients need other people to take over household and administrative tasks. Then there's the harm caused by the lack of knowledge of ME. Our recent EMEA Pan-European Patient Survey with over 11,000 respondents revealed that ME patients are still routinely misdiagnosed, dismissed, or subjected to harmful treatments due to lack of clinical knowledge. So despite the fact that there exist international consensus statements, diagnostic and treatment guidelines, thousands of scientific publications, and patient testimonials, patients are still told to ignore their symptoms and to push through. Social service systems deny them assistance. Patients are told that they are healthy enough to work despite not being able to get out of bed. And families are told not to help their loved ones because their loved ones just think that they are ill. Then there's the harm caused by misinformation about ME. So a justification for denying the patients any financial or social assistance or long-term medical care and rehabilitation has been the framing of ME as a psychosomatic or functional illness. And this has been represented by the biopsychosocial model, which means that it's a mental illness and therefore negates the need for any investment in biomedical research. To scientifically and ethically protect patients from preventable harm, we must critically examine the financial incentives and the outdated and debunked psychiatric paradigms that have combined to deny ME's biological reality and to undermine the right of patients to the dignity and the healthcare they deserve. Just because a diagnostic biomarker has not yet been identified does not mean a physical illness does not exist. Then there's the harm caused by the denial that the symptoms of ME are disabling. So when people do not know enough about ME and do not take the time to educate themselves, they deny that ME symptoms are disabling. And patients are told that they are either liars or malingerers who do not want to work. They're denied financial support, causing them economic hardship and many times even poverty. Patients are denied the personal assistance they need to be able to pace and to respect the biological limitations of their illness. And this forces them to overexert themselves just to do basic everyday activities to survive. And this causes an increase in their disability levels. So the harm caused by the denial of ME symptoms and disabling continues. It means there's no accommodation for patients' sensitivities, such as those to light, to sound, and to smell. That means there's no provision in office or hospital rooms that are quiet, dimly lit, fragrance-free, and allow patients to lie down when necessary. And when these accommodations are not met, that does not help the patients to avoid triggering PEM and a physical crash, which can also be described as post-exertional symptom exacerbation. And these crashes can be so severe that an ME patient becomes unable to communicate, to process information, and is bedbound for days or weeks. So when a patient needs to go to a doctor visit or the hospital, they need to balance their decision because they know that if they do experience a crash, the risk is very great that they may never recover from that crash. Then there's harm caused by human actions. So unlike for other disabilities, these human actions are avoidable and they cripple people with ME. The harm caused by other people can increase the progression of the disease and a patient's disability level. And we do not know of any other disease where people experience such harmful neglect and disbelief. And we do not understand how this has become acceptable morally in our culture. So the harm of misunderstanding ME is profound and lasting. Families give up jobs to provide full-time care, creating financial crisis and generational poverty. Parents are falsely accused of child abuse and neglect. Children are removed from their homes and forced into foster care or psychiatric units, causing irreparable harm to their health. Requests for euthanasia are far higher among ME patients than the general population because the suffering they experience, the isolation, the stigma, and the lack of support make life unbearable. So instead of helping people to die, we must help them to live with dignity, better quality of life, and hope. There's the harm caused by lack of patient support. So very plainly said, patients' bodies do not produce enough energy. This leaves many unable to perform everyday activities or to care for themselves. If they receive no support from a healthy person, patients are forced to use more energy than their bodies can reproduce, causing them to become increasingly disabled. On the other hand, with support from a healthy person, patients are able to pace and ensure that they do not use more energy than their bodies can reproduce. And this helps them to avoid the worsening of their symptoms, giving them a chance to stabilize and possibly begin to recover. Many people experience disabling symptoms due to ME, and they are aware that they are experiencing these symptoms because there is a huge amount of information online and because they belong to patient organizations. Many people report that the level of support received had a significant impact on their health, either improving their health or causing their health to deteriorate to the point of rendering them severely disabled and bedbound for years. Unfortunately, many people report being denied support to be able to pace. This makes them feel discriminated against, and it unnecessarily augments their disability level and leaves them unable to defend themselves and speak out against the harm being done to them. So what are 5 ways that clinicians can support and protect their patients? If you think of the 5 fingers on your helping hand as representing 5 ways to respect your patients and human right to the best attainable health possible, they are: 1, educate yourself about ME/CFS and diagnose early using international consensus criteria, NICE guidelines, etc. 2, explain PEM and teach pacing and energy conservation, in addition to supporting disability and social assistance claims so people receive the support that they need. 3, provide information to their families, to their carers, to their teachers, and raise awareness among your medical colleagues. 4, accommodate for their sensitivities with quiet spaces and telemedicine for those too ill to travel. And 5, join with us to advocate for change in policy and funding for biomedical research. Centers of excellence for ME do exist. In the UK, there is the EMEA-supported ME/CFS Center of Excellence at the Quadram Institute. It is a hub for European research and treatment. In Iceland, since 2024, the Akademik Clinic provides integrated care for ME and long COVID. And in Norway, the Royasmundet, a private nonprofit institution, provides care for people with severe conditions, including a specialized service for myalgic encephalomyelitis and chronic fatigue syndrome. Last, I'd like to say that there's a Swiss national strategy for ME/CFS and long COVID. Every country needs a comprehensive, coordinated national strategy on ME/CFS so that health professionals and decision makers are not isolated or working in silos. Switzerland is taking the lead on this. On the 18th of September, 2025, the government decided to develop a national strategy for ME/CFS and long COVID beginning in 2026. So remember, ME patients cannot pace alone. Helping them pace and avoid triggering PEM is helping them survive. Providing them with the support they need is not secondary to medicine. For them, it is medicine. We count on your commitment to work with EMEA so together we can improve the quality of life of patients today as researchers work towards finding a cure. Thank you for your attention and all that you are doing to help people suffering from ME/CFS, and do not hesitate to get in contact with us. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll proceed now with societies of regional societies, and especially now from the Serbia. I invite Ina Injatović from she's the president of Serbian Society to talk. And as I mentioned before, it's very, very important thing to work together with patients.
Poštovani profesori, lekari, istraživači, dragi gosti i kolege. Danas sam ovde kao predstavnik pacijenata obolelih od sindroma hroničnog umora, ali i kao glas mnogih koji zbog ove bolesti često ne mogu da budu prisutni ni ovde, ni na mestima koje su nekada činila njihov svakodnevni život. Sindrom hroničnog umora nije samo iscrpljenost, to je gubitak onog dela sebe koji je nekad bio najživlji, sposobnost da se ustane, da se misli, da se planira, da se živi u kontinuitetu. To je bolest koja ne bira godine, obrazovanje ni profesiju. Ona ne oduzima samo snagu, već često i razumevanje okoline. Za mnoge od nas najteži deo nije samo fizička slabost, već to što nas društvo ne vidi, ne razume i često nas pogrešno tumači. Bolest koja se ne vidi spolja često biva doživljena kao umišljena, a upravo u toj nevidljivosti leži njen najveći teret. Zato je važno što danas na ovom mestu zajedno govorimo o njoj, lekari, naučnici i pacijenti. Jer samo ako zajedno delujemo, možemo promeniti način na koje se ova bolest posmatra i leči. Pacijenti sa sindromom hroničnog umora često prolaze dug put od lekara do lekara, od dijagnoze do sumnje, od nade do razočarenja. Mnogi su od nas čuli rečenicu poput samo se odmori, to ti je od stresa, sve je to u tvojoj glavi. A u glavi jeste, ali ne kao umišljaj, već kao deo složenog neuroimunološkog poremećaja koji traži razumevanje, a ne negiranje. Zbog toga je edukacija lekara i zdravstvenih radnika od presudne važnosti, ne zato što sumnjamo u njihovo znanje, već zato što želimo da im pomognemo da nas bolje čuju i prepoznaju. Jer jedno je čitati o bolesti, a drugo je živeti sa njom svaki dan u telu koje se bori i u društvu koje često ne razume. Za našu bolest postoji šifra, ali ne i lek. Sve plaćamo sami, a umesto podrške dobijamo tišinu, borimo se dvostruko sa bolešću i sa sistemom koji nas ne priznaje. Danas u eri posle pandemije, kada sve više ljudi suočava sa post-COVID sindromom, postalo je jasnije koliko je zapravo blizak i povezan sa sindromom hroničnog umora. Nažalost, mnogi tek sada, kroz post-COVID iskustvo, razumeju ono što su naši pacijenti godinama pokušavali da objasne, da umor nije lenjost, da slabost nije nedostatak volje i da bolest ne nestaje kad nestane interesovanje drugih. Ovaj trenutak treba da iskoristimo kao šansu da ono što se sada vidi više nikada ne bude zaboravljeno, da iskoristimo iskustva i podatke iz post-COVID populacije i da unapredimo dijagnostiku i tretman mijalgičkog encefalomijalitisa i da zajedno kroz multidisciplinarni pristup povežemo medicinu, istraživanje i glas pacijenata. Kao udruženje pacijenata često kažemo da se ne borimo samo protiv bolesti, već i protiv nerazumevanja. Zato smo u šali rekli da bi naše udruženje možda tačnije zvalo Udruženje obolelih od nerazumevanja, jer upravo ta rečenica pogađa suštinu, borimo se da budemo viđeni, shvaćeni i prihvaćeni. Ali u svakoj šali ima istine, a i u ovoj ima i nade. Jer čim se o nekom problemu može govoriti s dozom humora, to znači da postoji snaga. Snaga da se preživi, da se istraje i da se uprkos svemu sačuva dostojanstvo i vedrina duha. Naša želja nije samo da se čuje naš glas, već da se kroz njega otvori dijalog, da pacijenti ne budu samo objekti istraživanja, već i aktivni učesnici u procesu razumevanja i oblikovanja rešenja. Da se prepoznaju potrebe za socijalnim i pravnom podrškom, jer mnogi oboleli gube posao, primanje i osnovnu sigurnost. Da se sistem prilagodi onima koji ne mogu da se uklope u njegov ritam, jer nisu birali bolest koja im je ritam života promenila. Potrebni su nam dostupni lekari, edukovani socijalni radnici, fleksibilni oblici podrške i razumevanja u školi, na poslu, u porodici. Jer ovo nije samo pitanje zdravlja, već i ljudskih prava, empatije i solidarnosti. Na kraju želim da govorim o ime svih onih koji nisu mogli da dođu, jer ih bolest drži između četiri zida, u tišini koja često traje mesecima i godinama, ali u ime svih koji veruju da će se stvari menjati zahvaljujući vama koji istražujete, lečite, pomažete i slušate. Naša poruka je jednostavna. Nemojte nas gledati kroz ono što ne možemo, već kroz ono što uprkos svemu jesmo. Ljudi koji žele da žive, da doprinesu i da budu deo društva koje razume da zdravlje nije samo odsustvo bolesti, već i prisustvo podrške. Naša dijagnoza postoji, ali naše pravo na lečenje još ne. I zato ne tražimo sažaljenje, već razumevanje i znanje. Da jednog dana umesto tišine čujemo rečenicu znam šta vam je i znam kako da vam pomognem. Hvala vam što ste nas čuli i hvala vam što verujete da se zajedno može dalje korak po korak i reč po reč do društva koje vidi i razume i one koji još uvek nisu vidljivi. Hvala.
Thank you. And now we'll move to Sanda Špac. She's the president of Society of Patients of Croatia. And unfortunately, she's not here, but she sent his presentation.
Poštovani organizatori, uvaženi stručnjaci, drage kolege i gosti. Lijepi pozdrav iz Karlovca, moje ime je Sanda Špac i predsjednica sam udruge za oboljele od mijalgičkog encefalomijelitisa, disautonomije i fibromijalgije. Velika mi je čast i zadovoljstvo što danas mogu govoriti u ime udruge za oboljele od mijalgičkog encefalomijelitisa, disautonomije i fibromijalgije iz Hrvatske. Zahvaljujem domaćinima na pozivu i prilici da budemo dio ovog važnog skupa, posebno profesoru Milovanoviću, koji nas je srdačno pozvao na kongres i koji godinama daje izniman doprinos razumijevanju i prepoznavanju sindroma hroničnog umora, disautonomije i srodnih poremećaja. Mijalgički encefalomijelitis poznat i kao sindrom hroničnog umora, zatim disautonomija i fibromijalgija nisu samo medicinski entiteti. To su bolesti koje duboko utječu na život oboljelih i njihove obitelji. Radi se o stanjima koje zahtijevaju ne samo medicinsko znanje, već i razumijevanje, empatiju i sustavnu podršku. Nažalost, u našoj zemlji, kao i u mnogima u regiji, situacija je još uvijek daleko od zadovoljavajuće. U Hrvatskoj oboljeli od sindroma hroničnog umora susreću se s nizom ozbiljnih prepreka. Nema specijaliziranih ambulanti za liječenje sindroma hroničnog umora. Pacijenti nemaju gdje dobiti cjelovitu dijagnostiku i liječenje. Liječnici obiteljske medicine često nisu upoznati s kriterijima bolesti, a specijalisti nemaju strukturirani protokol ni jasne smjernice za liječenje ove bolesti. Pacijenti su prisiljeni obilaziti različite ordinacije od neurologa i imunologa do kardiologa i psihijatra. Često bez povezane skrbi i razumijevanja osnovnog uzroka te. Zatim kasna dijagnostika i pogrešna tumačenja. Zbog nedostatka edukacije i svjesnosti u medicinskoj zajednici, dijagnoze se postavljaju godinama nakon pojave simptoma, a mnogi pacijenti ostaju neprepoznati ili pogrešno etiketirani. Nedostatak multidiscipliniranog pristupa. Sindrom hroničnog umora, disautonomije i fibromijalgije zahtijevaju suradnju više specijalista od neurologa, imunologa, kardiologa, endokrinologa, psihologa, vrlo često i fizijatra, no u praksi ta suradnja gotovo ne postoji. Nedostatak rehabilitacijskih socijalnih programa. Oboljeli često gube radnu sposobnost, ali teško ostvaruju invalidninu ili pravo na skraćeno radno vrijeme, jer bolest nije dovoljno prepoznata u zakonodavnom okviru. Stigma i nerazumijevanje. Najteže od svega mnogi dalje misle da su ovi poremećaji psihosomatski ili izmišljeni. To dodatno produbljuje patnju i izolaciju oboljelih. Sve to dovodi do toga da se pacijenti osjećaju nevidljivo i prepušteno sami sebi. U Hrvatskoj danas, nažalost, nemamo niti jedno službeno referentno mjesto za dijagnozu i liječenje sindroma hroničnog umora, što je alarmantan podatak za bolest koju Svjetska zdravstvena organizacija prepoznaje već desetljećima. Upravo zato, svaka prilika za međunarodnu suradnju za nas je neprocjenjiva. S ponosom mogu reći da smo u proteklom razdoblju organizirali zajednički webinar u suradnji sa slovenskom i srpskom udrugom uz sudjelovanje istaknutih liječnika i stručnjaka. Posebno želimo zahvaliti profesoru Milovanoviću koji nas je pozvao na ovaj kongres i koji s velikom stručnošću i humanošću povezuje zajednicu liječnika i pacijenata. Također moramo istaknuti da po prvi put na webinarima koje organiziramo na temu sindrom hroničnog umora su sudjelovali naši liječnici iz Hrvatske, koje ovih puta također pozdravljam i zahvaljujem se na razumijevanju i na podršci. Ova suradnja između udruga i liječnika iz 3 zemlje pokazala je koliko zajedništvo i znanje može mijenjati perspektivu od osjećaja izoliranosti do stvaranja zajednice, nade i razumijevanja. Naša je želja da ovo bude samo nastavak šireg regionalnog povezivanja, a zajedno možemo raditi na stvaranju regionalnih smjernica za dijagnostiku i liječenje, poticanju istraživanja te uspostavi specijaliziranih centara i ambulanti u svakoj zemlji. Jer svaka osoba koja živi s ovim bolestima zaslužuje pristup liječenju, dostojanstvo i razumijevanje bez obzira na to u kojoj zemlji živi. U ime Hrvatske udruge zahvaljujem svima koji vjeruju u važnost znanja, empatije i suradnje. Hvala našim partnerima iz Srbije i Slovenije, našim liječnicima i svima koji ne odustaju od borbe za bolje sutra oboljelih. Vjerujem da zajedno možemo izgraditi sustav u kojem nitko sa sindromom kroničnog umora, disautonomijom ili fibromijalgijom više neće biti prepušten sam sebi. Hvala na pažnji i na prilici da zajedno činimo promjenu. Lijepi pozdrav!
Thank you. And on the end of this session of our patients, I invite to Barbara Gross, as a president of Slovenian Society of Patients, to give some words.
Kako da stavim? Vidi se. Poštovani gosti, uvaženi liječnici i predstavnici balkanskih društava. Ja dolazim iz Slovenije, iz udruge pacijenata Zebra i željela bih s vama danas podijeliti neke informacije o iskustvima naše udruge. U Sloveniji često vidimo izjednačavanje triju bolesti, fibromijalgije, EMEA, i izgaranja. Kod nas se sve to zove isto. Fibromijalgija koja se smatra kroničnom raširenom boli povezanom s izgaranjem, gdje živčani sustav pretjerano reagira na nešto što liječnici nisu mogli otkriti s pomoću modernih uređaja, pa zaključuju ili bolje rečeno čak tvrde da je bol pretjerana i bez pravog fizičkog uzroka, te je leče zdravim načinom života i psihijatričkim lečenjem. Naše komisije za EMEA to ne shvaćaju suviše ozbiljno, jer ne prepoznaju bolesti, nemaju smjernice o tome kako postupati s pacijentima. Gotovo uvijek je izjednačavaju s fibromijalgijom. Iako se EMEA-CFS, to se mi čini veoma bitno, kod naših članova pojavi onako nekog okidača, mi smo primijetili da zdravlje naših članova ni prije nije bilo baš dobro, ali oni tome nisu pridavali puno pažnje. Čak su i od sebe skrivali to stanje pretjeranim aktivnostima jer su htjeli biti korisni članovi društava. Činilo im se sasvim normalno da imaju želučane probleme, imaju migrene, bolove u tijelu, alergije, možda intolerancije. Neki imaju palpilacije srca ili vrtoglavicu, astmu, modrice, da su češće bolesni od drugih, da su umorni i da se sporije oporavljaju od većine ljudi kada se razbole. Imali su puno tih malih simptoma. EMEA uzrokuje PEM, to mi znamo i znamo šta je PEM, da je to iscrpljenost, strašna iscrpljenost nakon napora i da bih moralo telo u fazi kretanja, ako recimo idete šetat, biti nakon toga ispunjeno energijom. Ovu energiju proizvodi stanice u mitohondrijima. Iako tvornica energije u mitohondrijima ne radi, stanica se ne obnavlja energijom. Prilikom kretanja tijelo prazni postojeće rezerve, ali se ne puni novom energijom. I to se nama događa, ljudima sa EMEA-CFS. I mi znamo da i hipoperfuzija i hipoksija, to jest smanjen protok krvi u tkiva i smanjena opskrba tkiva kisikom su dokazani. Ali, jeste li znali da većina kroničnih bolesti, ako se godinama ne liječe, uzrokuje kronični umor i uključujući i PEM? I da li ste znali da EMEA-CFS nije jedina bolest koja uzrokuje PEM, da postoji još takvih bolesti? Mi smo mnogo istraživali koje bolesti imaju naši članovi, komorbiditete i koje uzrokuju i PEM-u i koje u prvoj fazi uzrokuju nedostatku kiseonika. Ima ih nekoliko. Kod nekih je PEM stalan, a kod nekih se pojavlja povremeno kad se bolest pojavi ili se ne liječi. Naši članovi su većinu dolje navedenih bolesti imali nedijagnostikovane, neliječene i tek nakon godinama traženja i lutanja od klinike do klinike otkrili su ove bolesti koje sve uzrokuju hipoksiju, barem u početnoj fazi bolesti, koje su izrazito podcijenjene i nije ih lako dijagnostikovati, a liječnici nemaju posebno bogate upute za liječenje pacijenata. I to su Ehlers-Danlosov sindrom, dakle genetska bolest vezivnog tkiva, i EDS uvijek uzrokuje PEM, pa ako imate EDS definitivno imate i MECFS prije ili kasnije zbog hipoksije koja uzrokuje ovaj bolest rastegnutog vezivnog tkiva. I većina pacijenata sa EDS također ima POC ili simptome POC-a i MKS, dakle aktivaciju mastocica, a ta tri se preklapaju. Onda smo među našim članovima našli bolesti iz iste grupe, Marfanov sindrom, Lloyd-Ditzov sindrom te osteogenesis imperfecta. Moglo bi se misliti da genetska bolest ne može proći nezapaženo, ali prođe i to često. Onda smo našli puno ljudi sa polimiozitisom i dermatomiozitisom, našli smo ljude sa vaskulitisom, lupusom, sklerodermo, mješovito bolest vezivnog tkiva, Sjegrenov sindrom, antifosfolipidni sindrom. To su sve, ako ste primijetili, bolesti vezivnog tkiva ili reumatske bolesti. Onda endometrioza, policistični jajnici, ankilozirajući spondilitis, opet neka ista grupa, ili i hormonalne bolesti. Onda ima puno ljudi ima Addisonovu bolest ili Cushingov sindrom ili druge bolesti nadbubrežne žlijeze. Imaju bolest štitnjače naši članovi. Puno ih ima teške alergije i u mnogim slučajevima MKS, aktivaciju mastocita, ali pogotovo svi imaju intolerancije. Ja ću opet naglasiti, to nisu alergije, nemaju apsolutno nikakve veze s njima. Intolerancija je uvijek nedostatak enzima za razgradnju neke bilo koje tvari ili slabo funkcioniranje enzima, odnosno nemogućnost savršenog funkcioniranja. A posto česta intolerancija koja uzrokuje teški PEM je multipla kemijska senzibilnost i sve ostale kod kojih enzimi ne djeluju dobro i stvaraju tešku upalu kapilara i posljedičnu endotelnu disfunkciju. Intolerancija na određene toksine iz hrane i okoline koje su vrlo česti u našem svakodnevnom životu, vrlo je česta među našim članovima. Onda imamo puno članova s drugim metaboličkim bolestima, od gastropareze, kronične žrevne bolesti, propusno črevo. I onda bolesti iz kardiovaskularnog područja, Raynaudov fenomen, vazospastična i mikrovaskularna angina, odnosno disfunkcija i posljedična endotelna disfunkcija. Sve ove bolesti uzrokuju hronični umora kada se pojave i PEM. Naravno, tih bolesti ima mnogo više. Naveli smo vam one najčešće koje se javljaju među našim članovima. Svaka bolest ima osobu s imenom i prezimenom iza sebe. Kad smo poticali članove da nastave dijagnostikom, pronašli smo izuzetno opasne bolesti, poput kadasila, koji uzrokuje aneurizme, ili Parkinsonova bolest, gdje su tremori tipični osip dijagnosticirani kao ME i fibromijalgija, a kasnije su unatoč dijagnozi tvrdili da je sve to psihološki utemeljene i osobu slali na psihijatričko liječenje. Isto se događa s ljudima koji nisu dovoljno ozbiljno liječeni, a koji su razvili oštećenje organa poput srčane insuficijencije ili pljučne hipertenzije. I takvih imamo u našem udruženju. Pripisuje se im umor od fibromijalgije ili ME i upućuju ih psihijatru na liječenje. Imamo ljude u društvu kojima su konačno otkrili miasteniju gravis ili multiplu sklerozu. Imali su problema s gutanjem i imali su problema s mišićima i očima i s puno drugih razloga poput fibromijalgije ili EME, ali im se danas govori da su im i bol i umor preterani i fizički neopravdani, bez obzira na druge dokazane ozbiljne bolesti. Oni prebacuju krivdu na ljudsku psihu, to je zastrašujuće. Nemojte me krivo shvatiti, pomoć psihijatra je dobro došla, jer ako ste u tako velikom problemu, u slučaju neadekvatnog adekvatnog lečenja, psihijatar je zapravo jedini koji vas razumije i pomaže vam. Jer su drugi manje više odustali od vas, a to je jako tužno i prije svega neprimerno. Zato želimo da otkrijete svoju bolest koju uzrokuje vaš PEM i hipoksiju, jer se te stvari mogu liječiti. Medicina tu može pomoći, samo trebamo doći do srži stvari. Postoji razlog zašto se PEM događa, postoji razlog za hipoksiju, postoje mnoge bolesti, a bolesnici ne pate od nečeg što je uobičajeno. Da imate nešto uobičajeno i lako za dijagnosticirati, davno biste bili dijagnosticirani. Tražiti je potrebno rjeđe tegobe. U slučaju neliječenih, gore napomenutih, izrazito teških i slabo poznatih bolesti, gdje su većinu pacijenata dijagnosticira fibromijalgija i ako u stvarnosti vjerovatno boluju od ME s drugom popratnom dijagnozom koja uzrokuje ili pogoršava hipoksiju, te se stoga pacijenti ne leče adekvatno pa se ponovo pojavljuju Epstein-Barr, Lyme, herpes, borelioza, Bartonella i slične. Zajedno se možemo zapitati je li uopšte neočekivano da nam je imunološki sustav stalno jako narušen zbog nelečenja gore navedenih stanja od kojih svako uzrokuje ozljede u tijelu i vaše se telo uglavnom i bez ikakve medicinske konkretne pomoći bori danju, noću, mjesecima i godinama. U međuvremenu morate u nekom ozbiljnom stadiju bolesti dokazivati sustavu da ste stvarno bolesni jer vam ne veruju i šaljuju vas na posao da radite. Pa je li čudno da vam otpornost padne? Pogotovo s obzirom na činjenicu da vam nude liječenje samo u obliku zdravog načina života i psihijatričkog lečenja. Šta je sad ovdje jaje i šta je kokoš? Je li uzrok imunološki sustav koji uzrokuje bolest ili obrnuto? Bolest, posebno neliječena, potpuno uništava imunološki sustav. Sad se ja pitam, da li je moguće da ste od djetinjstva imali nedijagnosticiranu retku, a možda čak genetsku bolest, niste se lečili i stalno imate mnogo manjih medicinskih beznačajnih tegoba, telo je jedva izlazilo na kraj sa svakodnevnim naporima, ali niste primijetili jer vam je ovakav život bio normalan. Onda je došao veći stres, trauma, virus, neki okidač. Dobili ste PEM i teški oblik ME. Dobili ste dijagnozu ME ili fibromijalgija ili burnout. Time vam se zatvaraju vrata za dalje istrage. Upućuju vas kod psihijatra i na zdrav način života. Vaše stanje se pogoršava, vas imunni sistem ne radi kako bih trebao, stalno ste bolesni i osnovna bolest zbog koje ste dobili ME još uvijek nije lečena. Da li je to moguće? Ne znamo, ali ne zna ni medicina. Ili je možda obrnuto. Virus, stres, trauma, neki okidač, pogodio vas je PEM i teži oblik ME. Dobili ste dijagnozu ME ili fibromijalgija ili burnout. Vrata su vam zatvorena za dalje istrage. Upućuju vas kod psihijatra i na zdrav način života. Situacija vam se pogoršava, imunni sistem ne radi kako bi trebao. Izbija još dodatna teška bolest za koju ste već imali predispozicije opisana gore. Da li je moguće? Koja od dvije opcije je tačna? Ne znamo, ali ne zna ni medicina. Hvala.
Thank you. I can say that we finish now this session related to opening part of experts and patients, and now we have coffee break, 30 minutes.
Ja, doći nema više ovih pratica. Moram reći, da vidim. Što ne uvijek bilo. Bravo, kako je, niste dobro dan. Dobar dan. Ne, niste, evo, ja sam nisam, ja sam ovaj kadrov. Ой, ага.
Čitaju mi prošli prezentanje, da si videla? Sam videla, jer sam čitala, sam čitala, i nisi vas
Stolicu jednu stavimo ovdje, evo to, super. Ako da ne drži u prirodu. A evo bila mikser. Ispijemo. Vište nešto? Da, vište. Pa dođi. Vište se. Manje. Manje. Došao je da pokupi od...
Da. Test, 1, 2, 3.
Ajmo. Što sam moći ovdje? Je imamo šta da... A? Kakav tamo? A? Komuniciramo drug drugom.
Ne znam, i tako su me, ali sad sam im pokušao da zastavim. Možda se nisu znašli. Nisu videli.
You sure? Yeah, I sure. Okay. They told me our strength.
Do you have a this one?
Okay, it's possible.
You want me to sit down?
Let me. Thank you so much. You will open this because then the first presenter on the.
Okay, welcome. Okay, welcome everybody to session 2. The first speaker of this session is Branislav, who will talk about chronic fatigue syndrome, post-infection syndromes, and syncope neurocardiological approach. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we talk about one very exciting topic, connection between syncope, dysautonomia, post-infection syndromes. I am a fan of this man. This is Paracelsus, king of doctors. What was his philosophy of medicine from that time? That we need to think about this, that there is one only way, this is holistic way, and treatment according to cause. And I think this is necessary to accept this philosophy, and this is the main thing, I think, in the future, to avoid the existence of idiotism related to treatment of many diseases. This is one book, excellent book, related to this integrative approach in science and medicine from the Johns Hopkins University, but we can use word scientific, holistic approach. It's very important thing because it's necessary to know knowledge, but according to practical, ordinary science, how we can treat patients. This project is under umbrella of two projects of our Ministry of Science. First, related to analysis of biosignals, and second is related to long COVID syndrome and chronic fatigue syndrome and post-infection syndromes. Also, this project is under umbrella in the European Academy of Science and Arts. I am very proud because I became the member of this society, Academy of Europe, because of this field of science, neurocardiology and autonomic nervous system. Because unfortunately we haven't too much experts in Europe, in America related to this part of science. What are the post-infection syndromes? This is according to our experience from every day working. Post-COVID, without criteria for chronic fatigue syndrome, pure chronic fatigue syndrome, and chronic Lyme disease, we have overlapping of symptoms by all these post-infection syndromes, and this is one of the reasons because I decided to create this meeting and this approach in science related to idea how we can divide to do clusterization of these patients. We haven't time to think about everything of post-infection syndrome. This is Lyme syndrome. And we have also the members of group related to ISLATS Society, related to chronic Lyme disease. As you know, we have practically war in the world between the doctors and scientists related to Lyme. Unfortunately, we have one movement from the scientists, this movement that they excluded chronic Lyme disease as a disease, and we have many patients, these patients with this disease, but many of these patients are not recognized with this diagnosis. These are criteria according to ISLATS. We have also a new coding system related to post-COVID. According to my experience, I'm cardiologist, I'm professor of cardiology and internal medicine. We can divide these patients in 4 groups. One group is one group with good results, with this group without complication. Second group is are the patients with some symptoms, and this group can get this coding system according to World Health Organization, only symptoms, and this is long COVID syndrome. Third group is post-acute sequelae of COVID infection, that we have a clear complication as a myocardial infarction, thrombosis, and this is clear. And fourth group is our group of EMEA patients. Many of these patients developed criteria that we can give diagnosis, new diagnosis by these patients that they have this disease. This is our experience from every day working, and we are doing this clusterization every day according to some questionnaires and according to our results from testing of autonomic nervous system. These are the criteria, as you know, in order to give diagnosis of chronic ME patients, and we're using this criteria in clusterization of patients. But according to my experience, I think that we are now in the phase that if we understand the pathophysiology of ME and post-infection syndromes, that we can have new knowledge of new approach in pathophysiology of onset of disease. We are talking about post-COVID syndrome, but we have post-Epstein-Barr virus syndrome, cytomegalovirus, post-herpes group of syndromes. We have some bacteria, we have Borrelia, we have overlapping. Thanks to epidemic of COVID infection and the COVID epidemic, we have new knowledge about the onset of many diseases, and we need to start to thinking in another way. And we need to think about connection between dysautonomia. We have dysautonomia by all of these patients. This is our laboratory in our center. We are very proud because we have unique laboratory in the world, because we have connection of neurological and cardiological methods. And we can detect the changes by ME patients, very severe dysautonomias. According to other diagnostic methods, everything is okay. But according to our testing, we discovered very severe dysautonomias. By many of these patients, we have syncope, we have orthostatic intolerance. And it's very interesting how we can treat these patients. Our philosophy is to treat these patients according to autonomic phenotype. This most important thing. We have different phenotypes by these patients. Especially, it's very important because of this group of long COVID, post-COVID, which developed ME disease. According to some data, we can see that there are many publications related to connection between chronic diseases and also related to infection. Related to dysautonomias, autonomic nervous system infection, there is only a few publications, and we were surprised because we are currently involved in that field and we are working very fast. We published in recent 8 months 7 publications with very high level rank of journals related to our results, and practically without any concurrence in that field because there are not laboratories for autonomic testing in the world. We have only a few in America and then a few in Europe. This is also some publications related to infection. This is first publication from our group related to early changes of autonomic nervous system after the COVID infection. We published this after the finishing of epidemic of COVID infection. It was very interesting that we discovered severe dysfunction of autonomic nervous system by these patients. Autonomic nervous system and Lyme. I am also the member of people, doctors who are involved in this group related to chronic Lyme disease and Lyme islets groups. And we also discovered that there are not publications related to autonomic nervous system by chronic Lyme disease syndrome. And recently we published 2 articles related to this topic, autonomic nervous system by post-infection syndrome, Lyme, ME, and long COVID syndrome. This is only one publication from Johns Hopkins University with one suggestion that we need to proceed investigation in that field. Very interesting topic and very interesting publication. According to our experience, intracellular infections are very common by these patients with ME and long COVID and post-infection syndromes. This is publication in Lancet 30 years ago from a group from Australia, association between Coxiella burnetii and chronic fatigue syndrome and different post-infection syndromes. According to our experience, this is completely true because we have currently 105 patients with AGM positive, with very severe form of ME, and also with very severe form of dysautonomias. These are many publications related to rheumatological disorders and association with some infections. The second publication. This is our publication related very recently related to assessment of autonomic nervous system in post-infection syndromes and syndromes with syncope. Many of these patients had syncope. According to some publications, very rare publications, the syncope is very common, but these post-infection syndromes, and but practically without many publication in that group. There are some publications related to long COVID, but not too many publications related to ME, and especially related to Lyme. But we know that as a cardiologist, I know that by Lyme is we have 20% of patients with syncope and some disorder of conduction in the heart in Lyme disease. What was our intention? Using our protocol of testing autonomic nervous system, I mentioned before that the protocol is unique, that we can divide these patients and to do clusterization of these patients. And we analyzed also patients with healthy patients, and we compared these results. What is methodology? Our methodology is completely unique combination of cardiological and neurological methods. I'm educated in a reference center in London in St. Mary's Hospital by Professor Christopher Matthias. It was 20 years ago. I'm very proud because of this. And I'm using this knowledge related to testing autonomic nervous system according to neurological approach. But we added the cardiological approach, and we have a combination of all methods. We have special protocol with 27 methods and tests, and a very big number of parameters. What are this methodology? We included biosignal processing, nonlinear analysis, AI. I announced now that we started now with one protocol together with our National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Cleveland Clinic with Professor Neeraj Varma. He's a very famous cardiologist. And he implanted first time new form of pacemaker related to heart failure. And we will start using this methodology to analyze these changes after the implantation of the pacemaker. And this project will start very soon. And also we'll use this new software for testing of our patients with post-infection syndromes in order to detect a right way for diagnosis and treatment of these patients according to autonomic phenotype. And we started to treat our patients with ME patients, long COVID and post-infection syndromes, according to autonomic phenotype. We have different autonomic dysautonomias. We have different autonomic dysautonomias. We have adrenergic, we have parasympathetic, we have balanced type of autonomic dysfunction, and also by very severe form of ME, we have a loss of energy and completely big disturbances of autonomic nervous system with low energy. We can see, detect according to spectral analysis. It is very important thing. We're using classical cardiovascular reflex tests according to some criteria. We're using ECG, but with analysis of biosignals, linear, non-linear. The main system is a real-time bit-to-bit analysis of blood pressure. It's necessary to have this system. According to this system and head-up tilt testing, after the head-up tilt testing, we have different response. According to this response, you can see the type of dysfunction and to start to treat these patients. It's very important. You can see what is the stage of disease by these patients, especially but severe and very severe form of ME. These are some response, and we published last month this publication together with Eva in diagnostics related to some different patterns related to head-up tilt testing. This is 24 hours of monitoring of autonomic nervous system with many softwares. As you can see, the acceleration capacity for assessment of autonomic activity, blood pressure. But for us, it's very important, this virusological panel. We are analyzing patients with different infections, virus infections, intracellular infections. For us, it's very important related to cause, because we are treating these patients according to cause. Especially, it's very important for syncope. We published one publication in a virus journal, very famous journal, that syncope is caused by some kind of infection. It's very important thing. And we are working in that field, and we are treating patients for 20 years according to these facts, very successfully. Every syncope was solved according to this fact by young people. This is mainly Epstein-Barr virus, cytomegalovirus, chlamydia pneumonia, mycoplasma pneumonia, and we can use combination of methods. It's very interesting when you analyze the presence of syncope in these post-infection syndromes, and as you can see, some changes in these post-infection syndromes related to positive or negative TIL tests. As you can see, I think there is, I hope it is work. It's not work related to laser. We have that, we have a very common positive, kažete mi samo da se, da tu. Aha. Very often we have a positive head-up TIL test by these patients, and related to sympathetic function or parasympathetic function, these tests are also very often positive by these patients. And let us see according to every separately every syndrome. This is EMEA. You can see syncope is very common, that we have also a combination syncope with orthostatic hypotension and only orthostatic hypotension. We have syncope very often in this group. The same thing related to post-COVID with chronic fatigue syndrome. This is group when we long COVID developed criteria for chronic fatigue syndrome. As you can see, very similar changes. This is only post-COVID syncope is very common by these patients. Head-up TIL test, extremely variation of blood pressure during the head-up TIL test is also very often by patients with ME patients. Small variation of blood pressure during head-up TIL test is ME patients is more common. POTS, last publication, our last publication was related to POTS syndrome, in post-infection syndrome related to presence. As you can see, interestingly, POTS is more common in patients with long COVID. We have also adrenergic or parasympathetic response during the head-up TIL testing. It's very important thing related to treatment of these patients. The same thing related to variation of blood pressure or heart rate, changes of heart rate. And if we analyze our panel related to cause, related to some microorganisms, we found that practically about half of patients had AGM positive panel related to some microorganisms, and this is the same thing related to all post-infection syndrome, long COVID and ME and combination. Let us see, if you have one microorganism, as you can see, post-COVID is very presence in post-COVID is more common. Two, in ME patients, we have some patients with 3 or more AGM positive. I have one patient here with 6 or 5 AGM positive viruses. This is according to separately everything, every microorganism, Borrelia. This is adenovirus, very common in patients with ME as AGM positive. This is parvo in post-COVID. This is Coxsackie, very common in patients with ME patients. Cytomegalovirus in patients in post-COVID group which developed this criteria for chronic fatigue syndrome. Epstein-Barr virus, very common in ME patients. Mycoplasma pneumonia, post-COVID, chlamydia, the same thing. Toxoplasma. Coxiella, very common in patients with post-COVID patients with combination with ME. As you can see, Coxiella burnetii is very, very often by these patients. Herpes virus is the same thing. Chronic fatigue syndrome, HHV6, very, very, very often, very interesting for further analysis of these patients. Brucella, intracellular microorganisms, very often. Bartonella, more present in patients in post-COVID. Bartonella, the same thing. And let us see some examples from our laboratory. We are cardiologists mainly here, but we, during the classical ordinary work with echocardiography analysis of the heart, we can detect some changes in the heart related to scars. You can see these white scars on the septum. And we discovered always the association with some autoimmune disorders and infections. This is orthostatic hypotension and chronic inflammation, characteristical changes of scars, of white scars. And we found always confirmation. I mentioned before, we have currently our database from about 3,000 patients, and every day we have about 20 to 30 patients adding in our databases. And we had confirmation with AGM or positive of these patients. We are treating these patients according to this fact that we have completely correspondence with the clinical picture and infection. If we have AGM positive patients, we have syncope, and we have chronic fatigue syndrome. After the one period, this is 3 months till 6 months, we have recovery, and we have shift to AGG positive. These are some different patients. This is a 14 years old patient, syncope last 3 months. As you can see, AGM positive, many infections, the same thing, confirmation of many. This is epilepsy with disorder of consciousness, and without any effects with antiepileptics, but after treating with antioxidants and antibiotics, if you have bacterial infection, completely recovering. Characteristical changes of blood pressure using during the infection of Klebsiella burnetii. This is Epstein-Barr virus. Characteristical regular changes of blood pressure. Adenovirus, syncope. The same thing, syncope. ME with syncope and epilepsy and hypertension, acute infection with Coxsackie virus. We used also artificial intelligence related to clusterization of patients related to Lyme disease and different post-infection syndromes, and fantastic results. As you can see, this is one group. I have my colleague from Institute for Children here in Serbia. This is a group of young patients, and we can detect first using AI healthy and syncope. And also we can divide patients related to healthy patients and Lyme disorder by these patients. These some examples related to phenotype of autonomic nervous system. This is sympathetic phenotype. And we can treat these patients according to this fact. You can see this is a red line. This is predominance of sympathetic activity. And very interesting results from our laboratory, examples, I can see unique. This is one patient with syncope and panic attacks and anxiety. And it's very interesting. This is vector cardiography analysis. I gave one presentation during the ILAS meeting related to chronic Lyme diseases this year in Portugal. And I showed how we can, during the testing of autonomic system, to give diagnosis according to biosignals. Is this Lyme disease or ME or some other post-infection syndromes? We used vector cardiography analysis. As you can see, this we have a loop of QRS complex, but by these patients completely, we have disappearing of this loop, and we can see only Lyme. By all patients with intracellular infections, Borrelia, and severe form, we have these characteristical changes. And very characteristical changes by these severe patients. This is a picture of severe autonomic neuropathy. This is a mixed type of very high blood pressure variability by this patient during the head-up-tilt testing. Characteristical changes by Lyme disease. By Lyme disease, we have damage of sympathetic activity, and very often orthostatic hypotension and syncope, and characteristical disappearing of blood pressure and falling of blood pressure, but gradually. Very strange variation of blood pressure by these patients. The same thing, this is alternance of blood pressure and heart rate. Very characteristical, but regular alternance. As you can see, very mixed adrenergic and parasympathetic activity and combination. This is very difficult to treat these patients. And these are the patients with very severe form of dysautonomia. Nobody believes that they are ill. You can see this is one of these patients. Also one biosignal marker. This is a Poincaré plot. This is Mercedes sign. We discovered it and published by severe form of COVID infection during acute infection, but also by chronic infections and also by Lyme disease and ME patients. The same thing, syncope and regular blood pressure variability. This is a Lyme disorder, as you can see, gradually decreasing of blood pressure, skipping of blood pressure, very high changes. This is characteristical picture for Lyme disease. You can see gradually disappearing of blood pressure, bit-to-bit analysis. Always when I see this picture, I can say without any confirmation of blood and serological analysis, this is Lyme. It is always Lyme. And this is also the picture related to Lyme and very low baroreflex sensitivity. Thank you for attention. Some pictures from Serbia in order to invite again to come. Maybe we can discuss now, or maybe, I think maybe it's better now and after every presentation, if you can have some questions.
Sure you don't have a question? Okay. You mentioned two interesting things, and I have some questions about it. You said that most of the co-infections could be due to viruses and all the bacteria. All these bacteria you mentioned and all these viruses are neurotropic viruses. So first question, do you think it's due to direct damage to the nerve and the peripheral nerve, leading to kind of physiological damage, or is it due to chronic inflammation? And will be more specific. In chronic inflammation, we know that neurotransmitters can be modified. Dopamine can be increased or decreased. GABA, glutamic acid, can be also disturbed, if I could say so, for the transmission. So did you make the first question? So is it a direct action?
Yes.
Or is it due to indirect action, or by the neurotransmitters, or second indirect action by a kind of adrenal exhaustion? Because adrenals with the corticoid part,
yes, understand.
The part is going to anti-inflammation, but the middle part, the medullary part, is due to adrenaline and noradrenaline. So it's a question. I mean, I don't have the answer.
It's a question under all questions, how we solve all problems in that field. According to my experience, we have different patterns. You have a chronic inflammation, low grade of inflammation related to intracellular microorganisms, as Coxiella, Brucella, Bartonella, and this more often by ME patients, I can say chronic patients. And we have influence of these parameters, as you mentioned before, and the medulla, and also the same thing. But related to young people, with syncope, we have direct damage of autonomic nervous system because we have the recovery after the treatment of these patients, and they're young, and after the treatment, according to cause, this is maybe Epstein-Barr virus and herpes viruses, we can get results. This is very complex. I think that we have different clinical pictures, and I think that the both pathophysiological mechanisms are in these patients, depending on the cause.
I would have a question related to, of course, the immune response, yeah?
Yes.
In these patients. So when you treat them, and you said that the treatment of the viruses or bacteria, you are successful treating the syncope.
Yes.
We know from herpes viruses that they are living in our bodies. So how is then in the future, yeah? Do you follow up these patients? Is this viral activation coming back? Do they have immunodeficiencies also related to this? So what is your clinical work?
This is the main question. My experience by young people, I always asking about the virological analysis to cause. I discovered the Epstein-Barr cytomegalovirus and many co-infections like chlamydia, mycoplasma pneumonia. And starting treat this patient according to this fact. And we have improving, we blocked these syncopes. And my second question by this patient was, do you have insulin resistance, Hashimoto thyroiditis, and polycystic ovaria? This always now follow up of these patients. Interestingly, by practically all patients. And it's necessary to start immediately the treatment of these patients because I always expect these complications. And this is the second step that we can get Hashimoto thyroiditis, insulin resistance, and after that, after the Hashimoto, we can hypothyroidism, hypothyroidism, and we had directly working of mitochondria related to working of thyroidea, and we have the damage of thyroidea, we have problems, maybe in pathophysiology of me. And this is your main question. It's very important thing, very important thing.
Branislav, the presence of an infection is based on serology. Is that
Yes,
correct?
serology.
So can you correlate that with the actual presence of the pathogen itself? So can you isolate or determine viral load in the patients or the presence of bacteria?
We correlated only according to we correlated separately. Some viruses, some results we plan to publish now related to Bartonella and Coxiella. And we discovered different response related to this autonomias. It's very interesting. It's not, I think that we have two groups. One group is related to herpes virus infections, and it is more adrenergic response with POTS and with hypertension, and but by intracellular infections by ME patients is more parasympathetic response, hypotension, syncope. We have some mixed form, and we have some infections together. It's very interesting for analyzing in the future.
I think that Simon has got a good point too. That's in these intracellular hiding pathogens, it's very difficult to correlate the infections load with the antibody level. You're absolutely right. So I think we need, and you mentioned Bartonella. Bartonella, I can tell you because I've been working on that, and it's very hard to diagnose bacteria. And I'm sorry to say that, but the current tests are not very completely valid. We have to work on tests because you will see. I'm sure if we have more valid tests, you see your percentage increase. You will not be at 5% or 6%, but maybe much higher. Do you agree with that, Simon? Yeah.
Yes.
Just a remark specifically to Bartonella. Common serologies are testing for 1, maybe 2 species,
yes,
while we have over 30 infectious species.
Yes.
So if you do not pick 1 or 2 good
yes.
ones,
yes,
you're done. It's negative.
We talked about this yesterday. It's a big problem. We have many species. You mentioned the Bartonella. I found Bartonella cancella was okay, good, but we discovered that Bartonella quintana is positive in many patients, and it's necessary to have these results. But what is the problem in rich countries in West, I can say? they avoided to have a very high panel related to analyzing because it's very expensive. It's very expensive. Currently, I'm using this position as our center that we are unique, that we can use a big number of these analyses. It's very interesting that you have this panel of viruses and bacteria to compare. I am interested. I'm not infectologist. I'm not immunologist. I'm professor of internal medicine and cardiology. But I'm involved in that field because of these autonomias, according to course. I am not the infectiologist, but I was always wondering: is one microorganism one disease? Is this rule or not, or more with predominance of one? You can tell me about this.
Thank you very much, Branislav. Very interesting. I think we have much more to discuss, and we will continue now with the next talk.
Yes.
Thank you. Because now Professor Simon Carding will give us more insights on the hunting for the cause of ME/CFS. Simon is coming from the Quadrum Institute in Norwich in the UK, and we look very much forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So thank you, Branislav, for introducing infections, because that's going to be principally what the topic of my talk is. Now, the best source of finding about whether or not an infection may cause disease comes from patients themselves. So this is a European-wide survey carried out by EMEA. It's Marie involved in this. And this gives an interesting indication of the prevalence of different types of stimuli that have led to ME. And as you can see, for most countries, around 50% or more of the cases of ME are related to a prior infection. Some countries are higher than others, but that's pretty consistent. Around half the cases of ME can be traced to an infectious origin. And this carries over from different severities of disease. So be it mild or severe, whether patients have recovered, most related to an infection. So there's a consistent story that an infection of some sort is driving or triggering ME. So what might some of these be? So if we look at the origins of infection, these could date all the way back to the Russian flu pandemic, causing around 1 million deaths. And then we had the Spanish flu at the end of the First World War that led to 40 to 50 million deaths. Each of these were associated with the appearance of something that we could recognize today as being ME/CFS. And as we move again on to the 1930s and 1950s, we have relationships to poliovirus infections, poliomyelitis, and then a Curie disease described in Iceland, which we now know is for classical ME/CFS. Then in the 50s and 60s, we've got cases in America and across the world, which look like a poliomyelitis syndrome, although it wasn't possible to isolate poliovirus. So it was assumed there was another virus that was driving these conditions. Most famously, at the Royal Free Hospital in London, there was a mass hysteria, which is interesting as that now relates back to the psychosomatic origins, which we've refuted, of course. But again, it's highly infectious. Lots of nurses were getting infected or having this syndrome. Then the 70s and 80s, we have a famous outbreak in Nevada at the Incline Village. And then moving on to the 1990s, there was an outbreak in the USA. And of course, in the 2000s, there were reports of this across related to SARS-CoV-2 as well. And now we know that a significant number of patients infected with SARS-CoV-2 will in fact develop ME. And it's interesting because we look at viral epidemics and pandemics, and when we get these peaks of ME/CFS, you see they're pretty closely aligned. All the way back to 2000 and an influenza outbreak. Again, we had a peak in terms of numbers of cases of ME/CFS. And then later, 2009, 2012, we have swine flu, again, an influenza virus triggered event. Again, we get peaks of new cases of ME/CFS. And then later in 2021, we have another peak related to COVID-19. But importantly, we're probably not going to see the full impact of this in terms of ME cases until 2027. So there is obviously a lag and a delay here. So very close overlapping viral epidemics with cases of ME/CFS. There are other infections, and Branislav has already mentioned some of these. Fungal infections, that's something we're particularly interested in. Bacteria, there's a whole range of bacteria that have been linked to these, including the Lyme disease-causing bacteria, but as well as others like Mycobacteria tuberculosis, and organisms which reside in the gut as well. So Salmonella and Staphylococcus aureus are others. So we're particularly interested in viruses, and particularly chronic viruses that have been associated with ME/CFS. And this diagram here just illustrates this cyclical activation, quiescence, reactivation that we think drives a lot of ME/CF symptoms. And in the middle here, we've got clear candidates that are linked to these: Epstein-Barr virus, herpes viruses, herpes simplex virus, cytomegalovirus, and HERVs, which have not been mentioned today, so I'll just describe what HERVs are. So these are what we call fossil viruses. They are buried within our genome, so we carry these viruses within our genome. They can, under some conditions, become activated, but they are transferred with our genes. So from different generations, we inherit not only genes that encode lots of bodily functions, but we're also acquiring some of these viruses as well. And we know that they're critical for our evolution and existence, so we need these viruses. They're important for the development of the placenta. Without which, would there be no reproduction and we wouldn't be a species. So they're integral, they're important. That's probably why we carry them in our genomes. They also interact with our immune system, and we're particularly interested in the possibility that these viruses trigger the immune response and they chronically stimulate the immune response, which leads to a phenomenon called senescence or accelerated aging. An accelerated aging of the immune system could explain an awful lot of the symptoms of ME/CFS. So regards looking at these viruses in ME/CFS, there's very few studies, but we can detect their presence in blood and saliva samples and also in gut tissues as well. And interestingly, a group in Spain has recently shown that different HERV viruses distinguish ME/CFS from fibromyalgia. So this is a promising potential biomarker, if you like, that we can use to diagnose or identify patients in which these viruses are active. And of course, that opens up the opportunity for antiviral therapies as well in these patients. So this is how we believe they become activated. So in response to how we live, the types of things we do, our diet, whether or not we exercise, if we smoke, if we drink too much, these all influence on the activation of these viruses. So the viruses will get triggered in response to the way we live, basically. And depending on the individual in which they're activated, this could lead to increased risk of developing cancers, some of which are shown here. Also, autoimmune diseases. And some of these viruses are specifically linked to things like multiple sclerosis, SLE, and also rheumatoid arthritis. And there are now targeted therapies which are aiming to eliminate these viruses in cancers, multiple sclerosis, and type 1 diabetes. Okay, so these therapies are now being used in clinical trials to see if they can alleviate some of the symptoms. So this is what we have as a hypothesis, is we think that these viruses, and not just HERVs, but other chronically infected viruses, get reactivated in response to another virus infection, such as flu, for example, SARS-CoV-2 or Epstein-Barr virus. This triggers the activation of these viruses, which can then cause some of the effects we're seeing in ME/CFS. So a key question is, where do these viruses live in the body? Okay. Obviously, we can identify where they are, then we can target them for therapy. So it's important we know where these viruses hide in the body. And contrary to what you may believe, it's not in the blood. So we think these viruses establish themselves in our tissues, and in particular our mucosal tissues. So these are the oral cavity, the nasal mucosa, the gut mucosa, and the genital mucosa. We know that viruses can hide in these tissues. So Epstein virus is very good at hiding in the oral mucosa. Herpes virus are very good at hiding in the genital tissues. So these viruses, when they become activated, can then replicate and they spill over into the blood, where they can then cause havoc throughout the body. And we can believe then this causes some of the symptoms of ME/CFS. So some studies have already identified some of these viruses in saliva samples or in gut biopsies, and they're listed here. And you can see some of these are the suspected candidates for triggering ME/CFS. So we started looking for these viruses, our virus hunting project, and these are the samples that we've been trying to collect to try and find these hidden viruses. So in the gut, we've relied on stool samples, fecal samples. Oral and respiratory tract, we're looking at swabs, skin swabs again, reproductive tract swabs again, and we have not excluding blood. So we want to correlate this with the blood as well, so we're obtaining blood. And these are the studies that we've been working with here. So the VIROME is a study that's a small study based on very severe patients. So these are patients that we visit in their home to collect samples from. And we've collected samples from their carers as well as a control. And then the comeback study is a Norwegian-based study, which we've been collaborating with them on this. And so we've obtained about 80 samples from moderate to mild patients. And then COMPASS-ME is a new study that we're just about to start at the Quadram Institute, which I'll talk about in a little bit more detail. And as a control, we've got REFIT-2, which is a study looking at irritable bowel syndrome. So again, these are patients that do not have fatigue, so we can look at these as a control for our chronic fatigue patients. So this is our first attempt at trying to identify a usual suspect, a gut pathogen. So we've worked with a group at Addenbrooke's Hospital in Cambridge to screen stool samples from 80 patients with mild to moderate ME/CFS, looking for whether or not any of them are infected with this panel of pathogens here you can see. And these are gut pathogens which will cause severe and maybe chronic GI infections. Interestingly, from all this panel, we only identified 2 patients that had any positive signal for any of these, and these were for sapovirus, which is usually related to gastric flu symptoms. So this is a self-resolving GI infection. So interestingly, none of these patients had any suspected pathogen which you may acquire from food, drink, etc. Again, allowing us to focus on the viruses that are hiding in the body and not the ones that we get exposed to through the environment. So we did a deeper analysis on our patients, looking at their stool samples, and this involved new technologies, DNA sequencing. And what this spider web shows is differences in type viruses that we can see in ME patients versus controls, viruses that are shared between individuals, and viruses unique to ME. And the viruses that we can see here are shown on the right-hand side. This is from stool samples. Most of them we recognize by eminent speaker here as DNA phages, which are present. These are viruses that infect bacteria. And we found one particular virus in a ME patient was very good at invading and killing a bacteria called Anaerotruncus, which is a health-promoting bacteria. So the viruses in ME patients are good at killing off our beneficial bacteria. We also found some viruses that infect the cells of our body, and some of these you will recognize. So a herpes virus, a coronavirus, and an adenovirus. And these are unique to ME patients. So already we're starting to develop something that's like a signature of viruses that are particular for ME/CFS. But we wanted to do a more comprehensive analysis, and this is where our new study is coming in. It's called COMPASS-ME. And we're trying to do a more global analysis of the microbes that are present in the body that are hidden in the tissues. So we're trying to recruit 80 patients as well as 30 controls. This will all be sampling done at home. So we're sending out kits to individuals. This is important because it allows us to also look at severely affected patients. And then they mail them back and we do our analysis. And this is led by Krishani and Catherine in my group, who's shown here. So the benefits of this system that we're developing is it's simple, it's non-invasive, and we can get clinically useful information from it. And as I said, it's suitable for severely affected patients that can't come into a clinic to give samples. It allows us to do sequential sampling as well, so we can mail out new kits and we can look at how their virus profile changes when they're having a flare of disease or when they're healthy, so we can track this more accurately than just taking a blood sample. And the aim of this is to improve diagnosis and to identify patients that could benefit from targeted antiviral therapies. So these are the swabs that we send out. One is for use for the nasal cavity and the skin. We have a saliva sample and a vaginal swab as well. It's simple and quick, takes the patients less than a minute to produce the samples, put them back in the envelope and mail them back to the Institute. And the samples are stable during transit, so there's no deterioration of the samples. So it's a very simple, quick, and effective way of getting lots of samples. So we spent an awful lot of time developing the assays in the lab to identify what's in the swabs. We've been interested in fungi that are present in the swabs and viruses. So we've taken a global approach. We want to sequence all the viruses that are present, but also we want to do a targeted approach. So we're looking for the usual suspects like parvo B12, adenovirus, EB, etc. So it's quite a comprehensive thing. So we've used samples from healthy control to set everything up. So we needed to determine which swab to use, what's the best collection method, what do we use to extract the sample from the swab when it comes into the lab, and then what tools and methods do we use to detect the presence of the viruses in the samples. And of course, how do we analyze all this data and what are we going to do with it at the end? So 10 samples from healthy individuals to allow to set this up. We've now completed all the method optimization, and I'll show just a couple of representations of what we're finding so far from healthy individuals. So these are DNA viruses. So this would include herpes viruses, for example, adenovirus. And what we can see is that there's different samples have different levels of virus. Some samples have no virus, others have quite high levels. Saliva, for example, has high levels of adenovirus and detectable Epstein-Barr virus. Whereas other viruses like herpes virus 7 is more prevalent in the nasal cavity as well. So what we're seeing is that viruses are activated in normal healthy individuals. They're not causing any symptoms, of course. But it also shows that different sites have different viruses. And the viruses in the different sites can become activated or they can be quiescent, they can be calm. So this is why we need to sample multiple sites to get a better picture. This is for RNA viruses. So here we're looking at HERVs, in particular 2 HERV viruses that are linked to multiple sclerosis, autoimmune disease. And again, you can see normal healthy individuals, we can detect the presence of these viruses, particularly in the nasal cavity. This is completely new. I don't think anybody's described the presence of these viruses in the nasal cavity. It's always been based on blood. So again, indicates the importance of looking beyond the blood. And again, we're seeing this particular preference of viruses for different body sites. The blood analysis, this is what we're intending to do with the blood samples that we get. So we'll do some antibody profiling. We'll also look for some markers that indicate vascular endothelial dysfunction and use it for identifying microbes that are actually present in the blood as well. So we've been developing an assay to look for antibodies that relate to fungal infections. Okay. Now, there is in the literature examples of why fungi may be important in ME/CFS. Okay. And that's related to the detection in stool samples or having the benefit of particular diets that eliminate yeast from your gut. So again, there's more research needed to make these associations much firmer. So this is what we're doing for looking at fungi in ME/CFS. We're going to quantify the antibodies in the blood that are reactive with fungi to detect whether or not patients have been exposed or have a current infection. We'll do sequencing to identify which fungi, which yeast are present. And we expect these to be different in the different sites that we harvest the samples from. And we've developed a questionnaire that we're going to circulate among the Norwegian ME Association to get some indication of how prevalent fungi infections are. And again, we're looking at identifying patients that can benefit from particular medications that target fungi. So this is our fungal survey. So we're looking for individuals that have any of these fungal infections. So ringworm, nail infections, candidiasis, aspergillosis, etc. And whether or not drugs or treatments have in any way altered symptoms in ME/CFS patients. So this questionnaire we developed, it's currently been translated into Norwegian, and it was circulated to around about 1,500 patients to give us a profile of fungal infections in ME and whether or not there are fungi may play a role in either making symptoms worse or maybe triggering symptoms. So this is our method for detecting the presence of antibodies to different fungi. So we've looked at 4 fungi in particular. And again, we have yet to get the samples from ME patients. This is based on patients with inflammatory bowel disease. And the graphs on the right-hand side show that these patients all have antibodies to different types of yeast that we think are in their gut, but have escaped from the gut and activated the immune system. So these fungi may now, or yeast may be circulating in the blood. So this is the assay that we'll be using on our samples from ME patients. And then immunosenescence. So this is looking at the immune cells in patients. And can we get any evidence of accelerated aging of the immune system in ME patients? And the assays here are described on the left. On the right, this is a cartoon which shows that if you have a HERV, active HERV, a HERV virus, it induces senescence in the cell, and the cell then releases virus which can infect other cells to induce accelerated aging in those cells. So this correlation with the presence of the virus gives a real clue as to which viruses may be driving ME/CFS and whether these HERVs are responsible. So this is our current work. This is where we are. So we've just got ethical approval to start CompassME. So we're starting to identify patients that we can send out kits for. Come back, we're getting samples from this. The fungi flow, again, that's now up and running. So we can start to look at the profile of yeast infections that occur in ME patients. The survey has been undertaken by our long-term collaborator, Trude Schei, in the Norwegian ME Association. And we'll be looking at HERV-induced immune senescence. So we have a small team. We're funded through patient support and through charities. And we've got 3 current members, Catherine, Krishani, and Rick, who are all busy working on this project. My last slide is a plea for help from Krishani, from patient organizations here. She is very interested in raising awareness in South Asia. Unsurprisingly, there is no indication of how prevalent ME/CFS is in Southeast Asia. It's a complete unknown. It clearly does exist. So Krishani would like to undertake a patient survey in Sri Lanka, her home country. She's trying to link in with hospitals to get clinicians interested in this. But if there's anybody here that can help, give her advice, some recommendations, she would be very, very grateful. And her email address is there, or you can talk to me and I'll pass on the message. So she would love to have your involvement in this. And, you know, we need to know how widespread this horrible disorder is. So this is an important initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you for excellent presentation. Are there some questions?
Barbara.
Did you think about possibility that toxic environment we are living in trigger or activate herbs?
Yes, so there's good evidence that some dietary factors, some pollutants, for example, can trigger herb infection. So there is clearly an environmental influence on the activation of some of these viruses. And there's some interesting hints that one of these things may be the ingredients present in ultra-processed foods, emulsifiers, and who knows what else. So yes, they can be activated by the things that we expose ourselves to.
We noticed in our association that almost every patient with ME has intolerance to toxic food or toxic environment or chemistry or things like this. So I think this would be very nice if you could research. It would be a very big benefit to us.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Simon, may I ask a question for you? Will you also check the microbiome? Because especially for the fungal overgrowth or the fungal composition, I think the composition of the microbiome, of the bacterial microbiome, is also quite relevant.
Yeah. So one question that's, I'll promise I'll answer your question. But one question is, but how can changes in your gut lead to ME/CFS? And most of you probably know that changes in our gut microbiome are linked to virtually every known human disease. But the question is that just a cause and effect? Well, one thing that can lead to this is something called leaky gut. So because of the things we eat, the way we live, toxins, etc., it can compromise your gut barrier, allowing microbes to get across the gut into the bloodstream to cause chaos and mayhem. So we are developing an assay to detect early signs of leaky gut, to identify products of the bacteria that get into the blood before the bacteria themselves, if that sort of makes sense. So bacteria shed little vesicles, and these vesicles can permeate and work their way across the gut. So we can screen the blood for the presence of these and identify where they originated in the gut. And fungi also shed these vesicles. So again, we can use those as an early indicator of fungi that can cross into the gut. So it could be useful for identifying change in the microbiome that are early signs of disease.
Question, please. You mentioned that some of these viruses behave like bacteriophages. That means with two types of living, which is a lysogenic one, which is inserted in the bacterial genome. And that could, we have worked on that with the Marta Clocky's team in Leicester. And we know that if we want to cultivate and make these viruses pop out, you can expose the culture to low dose of antibiotics and also to some physical stress, like light, heat, electro signals and everything like that. At least in the culture, it pops out. So you're completely right. I mean, there is a complex array of favorable cause of these emerging viruses, including these herbs that you mentioned, which is very fascinating. The second question I have is that what is the method you use to extract the DNA in your samples? Because these viruses, we have the same problem with phages diagnostics, you know. The method of sampling, of extracting the DNA is sometimes quite complicated, and microbeads, electronic microbeads, don't completely work.
Yeah.
So have you got a special method to get them out, to take the DNA?
I have, but I can't tell you.
Really?
Sorry.
No, you have another method than the microbeads because they don't work.
Yeah.
And do you do metagenomic analysis afterwards?
Yes, RNA-seq for RNA viruses, DNA sequencing for DNA viruses.
That's fascinating. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more questions?
So do you have any data about the ME in the past? As you said, maybe the modern living is the cause of this disease.
That's a very good question.
Thank you. And also, as you said, we know that these postal viruses are very important for us. As you said, syncytin for the placenta development, we wouldn't be able to have children as they weren't in our bodies. Can you maybe
Suppose why do they become active, and maybe determine the time lapse in the past?
Wow. Okay. So first question. So 3 months ago, we were approached by colleagues in Iceland who had found samples banked from the Akuri outbreak in the 1950s. So we are trying to get those samples to do exactly what you say. Look for the hidden virus, because if we can trace viruses present in that outbreak to now in ME patients, that really gives us an idea about the origins. Second question, why do we have herbs? Well, if we didn't have herbs, we probably wouldn't be here. So it's a balance, okay? That's the benefit of having them. The downside is if that, you know, you will have other risk genes that make you susceptible to cancers. The herbs can be the thing that tips the balance and will lead to the development of cancer, okay? Or it can accelerate the aging of the immune system. So it's not predetermined in any way, but certainly how we live. So what we get exposed to, you know, those things can all add up. So it's like sort of tipping the balance, and lots of things will be needed to really push it to disease development. Herbs are important, but they're not the sole determining factor, which otherwise, you know, we would all have rampant autoimmunity, cancers, and everything else. So they're normally held in check, and you need lots of things to happen to release them from the check. Thank you.
Excellent. We have some questions from Zoom platform. Maybe related to Bartonella in last session, related to diagnostics and related to diet, special diet related to one approach to treatment of ME. You are mainly involved in that field. How we can use a special diet? Which diet in treatment? Difficult.
Okay, every time I talk about diet, I get criticized, but I'll do my best. So at the institute I work at, we're very interested in how the food you eat interacts with your microbiome to promote health. Okay, so we know things that are nasties in food, like salmonella, for example, Clostridium botulinum. These are all going to make you very ill. And what gives you resistance to these infections is in large part the diet. So we always recommend that, you know, you need 5 servings a day of fruit and vegetables. More color on your plate, the better. Now, I have to say that we went to the restaurant last night. Right? So I didn't see a single green thing on my plate. It was meat, and more meat, and some potatoes. It was absolutely. But I'm looking for the vegetables.
Change tonight.
Okay. Can I request some vegetables for tonight? Yes. Music as well. So yes, it's very important. So fruit and vegetables, they keep your healthy gut bacteria alive and working, and they helps to exclude the nasty ones. Once you start changing your diet, you shift the balance of the good and the bad can overtake, and that can cause all sorts of problems. So diet's important.
I think for Bartonella, perhaps Tanya Mijatovic would like to comment on that.
Okay, so for Bartonella, maybe I can go out like this. You can see me. There were a lot of progress in last decade, essentially in the US, and there is a huge arsenal now of testing for Bartonella, but they're heavily expensive. Their fish tests by TELAB, they're extremely advanced. Their culture plus PCR at Galaxy, their tests at IGeneX. We are doing advanced immunoblots on genus level, not on species level, very important. I will show the data after. So yes, there are progress, but we are always back to the few main problems. First, we are searching this in blood. And Bartonella is not sitting in the blood all the time. After a while, they move to tissues. So we need to find a way to move them from tissues if we want to look for the pathogen. So the fish tests needs to be extremely sensitive to be able to uncover them. If you speak about serology, the serology needs to cover a certain number of species or better genus to have some sense. But in chronic patients, they mostly have problems with their immune system and they do not generate antibodies. So you will have a super good antibody test. But if you do not have anything to look for, your test could be good for research or for comparison. So yes, there are better tests, but when you try to figure out which one is suitable, you have several criteria. Where I will sample, how it will cost, and do I have what is required by the test, and to be aware of the limitation of the test, what the specific test was designed for. I can give you a course of 2 hours on it, but there are several new tests for Bartonella available from the US and in our lab.
Are there more questions?
Yeah.
One more. For Simon?
Yeah. For Simon, yes. So I think obviously the viruses, viral infection and reactivation of latent viruses are a huge factor in the onset of ME/CFS. But then there's the question of why does the immune system not get rid of these viruses, or why does it not keep them in check? So I'm just wondering if there's any pathophysiological mechanisms by which these viruses evade the immune system, or there's just an inherent dysfunction of the immune system in these patients. If
Yeah. So
you have any insight on that?
Yeah. So I think we turn that around. So there's something that happens with the immune system that it loses its surveillance capacity. And both Ava and I believe that one of the things that may underlie ME/CFS is immune deficiency, immune insufficiency. ME patients are already compromised because they do not have a fully functioning immune system. That puts them at increased risk. So if they get another infection, this can have more severe effects in these immunocompromised ME patients. And that then leads to these reactivation of all these other viruses that have been hiding in the body. So I think it's an immune system defect, if you like, that allows these viruses to escape surveillance and then cause symptoms. So if we can address the immune deficiency, then maybe we can shut down all of this.
So Simon, for the clinical trial that you're running, can patients throughout Europe send samples, or is this just patients from the UK?
So we have ethical approval to run this in the UK. Now, we would like to extend it, but then we'd have to find people willing to get the ethical approval for accessing patients in their country. So that will obviously take a lot more time. But in the meantime, we'll do the UK one and hopefully get data, which we can then present to our eMERGE colleagues and say, here's proof principle, you should do this in your country now. So it's a small stepping stone, but absolutely, we want to take this beyond the UK.
Thank you.
And you can help, Grace.
Yes, and we'd like to help too with the Southeast Asia
Thank you.
survey.
Thank you very much. Eva.
Yes. Now the next speaker is Eva Untersmeyer. She's a member of the eMERGE board and the head of the National Reference Center for Post-Viral Diseases and Gastrointestinal Immunology Research Group in Medical University of Vienna. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, thanks, Branislav, again for the invitation. And it's really a pleasure for me giving you these insights that has now, let's say, given me the opportunity in my research work to bridge 2 fields of research that I'm doing, immunology, allergology, and the field of post-infectious syndromes, including ME/CFS. I want to start with potential conflict of interest. Everything that is related to this work is publicly funded. So what am I going to tell you today? I would like to dive with you a little bit into the immunological consequences associated with infections, link it then to allergies and mast cell activation, and then give you insights in clinical studies that we have just published. Branislav has already mentioned it today. And I would like to extend it a bit further. The post-acute infection syndrome, what we are discussing today, it's clearly an umbrella term, and we have to appreciate it every time we are talking about post-acute infection syndromes. It covers a lot of different diseases that are occurring after infections. And we have diseases there where we know exactly what to do. Think about reactive arthritis or multiple sclerosis. And we have diseases there where we lack still the causative roots. We have heard now important insights, but I think we need to know more. And when we discuss what an effect of an infection has on the immune response, we need to make ourselves clear what is happening during the acute infection. And I was lucky to be part of a European initiative quite early during the pandemic, where we tried to review with the present knowledge what is caused to activate the immune response with an acute SARS-CoV-2 infection. And of course, it's the typical immune response that you would expect. It's antibody-secreting cells that are activating, T cells that are activating, you have antibody response, you have then the activation of macrophages due to the tissue destruction, and you have the type 1 interferon production. But there's also something else going on. With the destruction of the tissue, you have the release of the alarmins, IL-33, IL-25, TSLP. And this activates a branch of the immune response, ILC2s, Th2 cells, that you would normally not expect in the situation of an infection. And of course, this is activating additional effector cells that are important for fighting off infections, like eosinophils, like mast cells, that you normally would see more in an allergy environment. And we know that the cytokine milieu that is induced with a severe COVID infection, you have a repertoire of cytokines, also markers for Th2 and Th17 response. So I think it's quite valid to, also from a clinical point of view, and that patients report after COVID allergy-like symptoms increase. And of course, this gives questions to us researchers and also clinicians. And we know that it's not just the short-term effect, you have a long-term immune change after SARS-CoV-2 infection, and this is work published from our university, where they have followed up patients that did not develop long COVID for up to 10 months. And they could show that there's really a change on cellular, but also on humoral levels in the immune response. And especially prominent, again, when it comes to this dysregulation of the immune response, is this shift that they could show towards a more Th2 response, even 10 months after COVID, which of course is linking again with allergies and mast cell activation. So the first question I would like to answer with you today is, are allergies becoming more common after COVID infections? And this is a publication, a huge publication from a cohort in South Korea, but there were replication cohorts in Japan and in the UK, published by Julia Oh. And they could actually show that with COVID, there is an increased risk for developing allergies, especially asthma and also allergic rhinitis. And this was based on the severity of COVID, and especially at the beginning of the pandemic, the risk was higher. And I think very important for us treating patients to know is that the risk of allergy is reduced by the vaccination. Then the next question arising, is there possibly a link between allergies and long COVID? And this was addressed by a publication that was published, a meta-analysis review in 2023. And the conclusion that they came up was there is a certain link, but we have to look always into the risk of bias, and the bias was very, very high when it came to the analysis of the publications that they have included in this meta-analysis. So when we think about mast cell activation, of course, we always think, first of all, on this cross-linking of IgE antibodies by the allergen on the surface of the mast cells. This is the classical way we are seeing mast cell activation. But from an immunological point of view, this is not showing the full picture. There are a number of different mechanisms how mast cells can be activated. So this is really textbook knowledge, as especially taking this picture from Janeway, which is, let's say, the Bible for us immunologists. And I would like to especially point out the link between complement activation. And we know that complement activation is quite dysregulated in post-infectious diseases that have receptors on mast cells and can lead to mast cell activation. So we have addressed this question in one of our studies in our long COVID cohort, where we had 30 long COVID patients, 30 patients fully recovered after COVID, compared to healthy controls who had never been through COVID. So this was done early in the pandemic. And we also included ME/CFS controls who developed the disease after EBV infection. And what we found was quite interesting, because when you think about mast cell activation, you always have to think about the systemic response, clinical response. And we asked the patients of organ system affected by specific symptoms. And what we found was the cutoff is 2 organ systems. In long COVID patients and in ME/CFS patients, the number of patients fulfilling, let's say, the case history for mast cell activation was far higher than in those that recovered and in the healthy controls. So what do we know clinically about the diagnosis of mast cell activation syndromes? There are consensus protocols, there are diagnostic recommendations. Mast cell is an immune cell, so it's always good to follow the recommendations from immunological societies. And we know that we have 3 diagnostic criteria for diagnosing mast cell activation in the clinics. First of all, you have to have a systemic immune response, which means that 2 organ systems have to be affected. And often patients report anaphylactic responses. Then you need to do laboratory testing, and the therapeutic response to the treatment is also very important. And in these consensus protocols, especially 2 organ systems were mentioned. Those are the older consensus protocols: the cardiovascular system, the skin, the respiratory tract, and the gastrointestinal tract. But very recently, last year, another consensus document was published. Same people that are working in the field. And again, they showed that these 4 field or 4 areas are important, and that you have to keep to the following rules: that you have 2 organ systems involved, the laboratory testing is relevant, and the treatment response. So what are the hallmark symptoms of mast cell activation? Headaches, hypotension, syncopia, and tachycardia, urticaria, flush, pruritus, angioedema, respiratory tract, nasal congestions, pruritus, swelling, and wheezing, and also gastrointestinal symptoms. So you can see it here. But now with and also, of course, also food and drug intolerances and anaphylactic responses. But now with these new consensus protocols, it's quite interesting, because now additional symptoms are accepted to be associated due to mast cell mediator release. So even brain fog, anxiety, depression, short memory small fiber neuropathy is included in the symptom. And also when you look into the systemic response, anaphylaxis, fatigue, and dysautonomia is mentioned here. So we have more organs that are indicating now that two organ systems are involved, including systemic response and also the brain. So when we now take the medical history, I think in all of our clinical work, medical history always has to be the center. We then go to the laboratory. We are analyzing mast cell markers. And first of all, typical laboratory marker that we are measuring is the tryptase. But here, again, we have to think about what we know from allergy. We know that tryptase has quite short lifespan, so you have to measure it within the first 120 minutes after an acute response. And therefore, you should also consider measuring histamine with respective pre-analytics or histamine degradation products, leukotrienes and prostaglandins. Of course, due to the overlaps in the symptoms, you always have to think about allergies as well, being the classical activation of mast cells, and also about intolerances. And then when you have all these suspicions fulfilled, then of course you have to go into therapy. What is the therapy that you can do in these patients? Antihistamines, mast cell stabilizers, and blocking of mast cells products. And very important, mast cell activation syndrome is not the same as mastocytosis. Mastocytosis is a clonal proliferation of mast cells. And I also would like to mention really here that genetic testing is not necessary in every case, because here we have these clear differences between mast cell activation syndrome and mastocytosis. Just look on the surface of the mast cells. In the mast cell activation syndrome, you have the wild type KIT, whereas for mastocytosis, for clonal mast cell disorders, you have the mutant. And here, especially the tryptase levels for us clinicians gives us an important information. Measure tryptase when it's elevated. Of course, you have to clone for KIT mutations, but this is not the case if the tryptase levels are normal. So do patients respond to MCAS therapy? Yes, they do. Again, our cohort, we had just had the anamnestic data. We did not treat them. So the patients that really got the treatment, they responded in a very high percentage in the long COVID patients, but also in the ME/CFS patients. So for us, this was the trigger to go further and do clinical studies. And first of all, I would like to show you a study that is not published in post-COVID syndrome patients, real-world data, post-COVID patients that were not at all pre-selected based on their symptoms, 80 patients that were undergoing treatment for post-COVID syndrome. Of course, much more women, as we know it is the case. And then we evaluated whether mast cell activation syndrome diagnostics were available, and we also included them into a questionnaire study. And we could show that the mast cell associated symptoms are really present in a lot of the patients. Of course, not everything is related to mast cell activation syndrome, but in more than 50% of these patients, we could really find that diagnostic criteria for mast cell activation syndrome was fulfilled. And I think, which is even more important, when we sent out the questionnaires and we got the feedback, it became quite clear that the treatment for the mast cell activation significantly reduced the disease burden in the patients. And we have just now week ago published a review and a research paper on the role of mast cell activation syndrome in ME/CFS, and this was based on 2 cohorts, actually a huge cohort, almost 700 ME/CFS patients from a questionnaire study that was done in the German, Austrian, and Switzerland, so in the German-speaking area. And we have asked the patients for presence or for diagnosis of mast cell activation syndrome. And here we could find that 16%, more than 16% of the patients were diagnosed with mast cell activation syndrome. Interestingly, before the diagnosis or the onset of ME/CFS, only approximately 3% of this cohort were diagnosed with MCAS. And what we additionally found, and now we are linking back to the work that Branislav and you are doing here, is that in patients that are fulfilling the MCAS diagnosis in a much higher level or much significantly more patients are affected by orthostatic intolerance. And interestingly, when we then asked or evaluated the patients' data on treatment response, quite obvious they are responding when they have the MCAS diagnosis, they are responding significantly more to the treatment with mast cell targeted treatment. But it's also quite interesting regarding the orthostatic intolerance, because they did not really respond to the beta blockers, but they responded much better to IF channel inhibitors. So with response or with regards to comorbidities, the knowledge could be also relevant for the treatment to know for orthostatic intolerance. And we have combined this now with data from an Austrian analysis that we did in more than 300 ME/CFS patients in Austria who were diagnosed with ME/CFS between the years 2019 and 2022. And again, we checked for the presence of mast cell activation or symptoms of mast cell activation and the response to the treatment. And here we could define the presence of mast cell activation in almost 1/4 of this cohort. And of course, again, we looked into the, let's say, comorbidity of orthostatic dysregulation in these patients. And maybe the results is due to sample size, but here we only found significant differences, higher numbers of patients that had mast cell activation in orthostatic intolerance, only a trend in POTS, and orthostatic hypotension was not significant. Is there also additional evidence in literature already present? Yes, there is. And this is not coming from the field of post-COVID or ME/CFS. This is coming from the research area of mast cell activation syndrome, where in a study done in Boston, in the lab of Mariana Castells, they were following up patients with hereditary alpha-tryptasemia and with mast cell activation syndrome with neurological symptoms, matched them with healthy control, and looked for autonomic testing with tilt test, measured the cerebral blood flow velocity, and found significant reduction in the patients that had mast cell activation syndrome or hereditary alpha-tryptasemia. And additionally, they also found, when they did skin biopsies, that in the skin, in the area, not in the sweat glands, but in the epidermis, the fibers were significantly reduced. And I would say we really have to think holistically. We have to think in total. We have to combine our knowledge between autonomous nervous system and the mast cells, because there is this clear link. Mast cells do have receptors on the surface where there is the clear link between the autonomic function and mast cell activation, release of mediators, which then have an action back on the autonomous nervous system, thinking of barrier disruption, blood-brain barrier disruption, cardiac pacemaking. So again, cardiologists should think about mast cells, neuroinflammation, neurosensitization, and last but not least, of course, also the vascular tone. So I hope I have convinced you that in your clinical practice, please think about mast cell activation, as this affects a lot of patients in post-acute infection syndrome. Think about the rules for diagnosing mast cell activation. I think the better we diagnose the patients, the less it can be then discussed, in a bad way when they have to deal with authorities. Think about a detailed medical history, laboratory testing, and the evaluation of the treatment response. And I just want to mention in Austria, due to the work of the National Reference Center for Post-Viral Syndromes, we have a medication list for ME/CFS and post-acute infection syndromes, which is, of course, mainly symptomatic. But for the mast cells, we can really include the causative treatment if we prescribe the mast cell stabilizers. And maybe in one of the next conferences, I can give you some more insights, because we are currently evaluating the mechanisms behind this mast cell activation in PAIS in a huge project. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention. I want to thank my co-workers, the funding agency, and I hope that there is time for questions that I'm able to answer. Thank you.
Thank you for excellent presentation. First of all, I want to give some information that we both were guest editors for this journal Diagnostics related to ME/CFS special edition, and that both articles from me and from Eva was published now, and these results are supposed from this article. And I'm very happy because of this excellent presentation. Questions?
Excuse me. Did you investigate the link between some psychiatric drugs that act like mast cell stabilizer, and that this is why they improve some states of the patients?
Yeah, so we have not evaluated it that way around. So we have not evaluated psychiatric drugs, because when you have the suspicion of mast cell activation, please use the medication that is available for stabilizing mast cells. There are mast cell stabilizers in the gastrointestinal tract systemically that you can use. First of all, you can use antihistamines, but the interesting thing is that the anxiety is getting better in the patients, because you always also have to think, again, linking the immune response and psychiatric disorders, that of course these mediators do also have a neurological function and can lead to the development of the symptoms.
Thank you.
Just a short comment. Did you try some diet? Avoiding the histaminogenic food.
Yeah, this is very frequently done by the patients themselves, and this is already the first indication they are having, because they feel that they are doing better in reducing the histamine load in the diet.
I have a question. Did you ever think about intolerances causing mast cell activation? I think every intolerance is lack of enzymes, and these enzymes are causing a big inflammation in our vessels. And we also noticed that many people has intolerances to food and different chemistry, and all of them has mast cell activation. And if you take into account that many people don't have anaphylaxis or they don't have high IgE antibodies, and they don't find any allergies other than asthma, or they find rhinitis. And because I have this ever since I was born, and they didn't find anything other than high IgG. And then in Slovene Association, we really discovered that almost every patient has lack of enzymes, or enzymes aren't as efficient as they should be. And we know from the practice that if you don't have enzymes, you die. Every enzyme you like, you die. But if you have inefficient enzymes, your mast cells almost always activate. So I would really appreciate if anyone would research this direction, because all of them are researching in allergy way. And again, it's a metabolic thing, because enzymes are very much in response for metabolic system. And if you know that beta blockers doesn't work because they slow down already slow mechanism metabolic, then you know. And on the other hand, calcium channel blockers do help because they are mast cell stabilizers. Then I think it would be we would really appreciate as Patients Association if anyone would research the area of intolerances, because in the media, you always find intolerances in the same group as allergies, even though they have nothing in common, because it's a totally different mechanism of disease. And I think it's a big debate about this, but
May I would like to make 2 points. Yeah, it's not wrong to evaluate enzymes in the connection of allergy, because also there the degradation of the food along the gastrointestinal tract plays a hugely important role. Yeah. But I agree. You always have to think about, first of all, when it comes to food, what is first and what is afterwards. So maybe the mast cell activation is the first thing. You have this inflammation ongoing. And of course, then you have also the changes in the function of the gastrointestinal tract. Simon mentioned the enhanced permeability. We've also done studies on this respect, both in post-COVID and also in MECFS, where we are seeing enhanced barrier dysfunction in the patients. So you have to think in a holistic approach. Of course, it plays a role. And additionally to the intolerance in the patients, you have to consider it's not just, I hope that I've made this point clear, it's not just IgE, how mast cells can be activated. And there are new receptors discovered, which are quite interesting when it comes to medication intolerance or activation by medication and by small molecules. So which could again link the field, but without any doubt, much more research is needed in this field. And I hope that still the patients, educate also the doctors in this respect.
I would just like to mention this, that many of our patients has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a connective tissue disorder. Others have other connective tissue disorders, and almost all of them has mast cell activation too. So I think this is connected, because stretched connective tissue lets into many toxins and every other stuff. So it's very hard to break down this load of toxins to our body, much harder than in healthy individuals. So I think there is a connection between connective tissue disorders and mast cell activation, because if you take a look at the groups of people who has Ehlers-Danlos or scleroderma or lupus or other connective tissue diseases, they almost all have the same problems. And I think it would be very useful if researchers can research in this area, because almost every EDS patient has spots too.
Yeah, and the reason, I mean, again, it's hen or egg problem, because I mean, first of all, of course, you could have more activation because the milieu where the mast cells are normally found is changed. Or think about the content of the mast cells. It could also affect the composition of the extra cellular matrix. We know that a lot of metalloproteases are released upon activation. So, of course, it's again a question of hen or egg.
More questions?
Yes, as you already mentioned, the medications. My question is about the excessive use, or I can better say abuse of NSAIDs. Did you find the link between NSAIDs and the mast cell degranulation? And the other question is, how long after COVID can orthostatic intolerance activate?
Well, the orthostatic intolerance, Branislav is going to answer because he knows exactly, even during the acute infection, you already have first signs of orthostatic intolerance. So this is something I would say that continues from the acute infection. And regarding NSAID, of course, this is a matter of fact you need to consider, but I don't think that this is the cause of developing the disease in the patients.
Okay, thank you.
So Eva, not too hard, hopefully. Do you have an indication of what the triggers for mast cell activation may be in ME? And may they be different in other conditions where you see mast cell activation?
That's a very good question, and I think we cannot fully answer. Yeah, I think it's very important to appreciate that you have this change in the cytokine milieu quite long-lasting after infections. We are not taking this into consideration. Yeah, that we are creating, let's say, a new population, or a new population has to be considered, when it comes to this type 2 inflammation. But for ME/CFS patients, of course, the situation could be different. We know that mast cell activation can occur also due to extensive stress. Yeah, so this link between the immune system and the nerves. Yeah, so mast cells are surrounding nerve fibers. There are a lot of different factors, maybe also endocrinological changes in the hormone system. We know estrogen receptors are found on mast cells, leading to mast cell activation, leading to enhanced degranulation. We have to really think interdisciplinary when it comes to the disease.
How long do they live for?
Well, I mean, it depends whether they are armed with IgE or not. Yeah, it doesn't seem really to be that they are, more long living, but it seems that the mediator release is enhanced in the patients. Yeah, you can measure this enhanced mediator release, so it's more the overactivation of the mast cells, not the enhanced numbers of mast cells.
So they don't live longer in ME patients?
We don't know. We have not done research in the field, and I'm not aware of studies that were done.
You mentioned the orthostatic intolerance and testing of autonomic nervous system. How did you do? Do you have any center in Vienna? I think the cardiology, there is one laboratory for autonomic testing.
Yes, I mean, normally the data that I presented here was done, for example, not all were tilt test, but it was also done by a Schellung test or nasaline test, but it was either done by a cardiologist or by a neurologist who did the diagnosis of the orthostatic intolerance, yes.
Thank you. If not more questions, we will shift to a last presentation from this session. This is Louis Tellier, a member of IELTS board, treatment strategies and novelties for underlying chronic infections in CFS patients.
Well, thank you very much. I will come back to a very pragmatic things. Lyme disease is a very let's say, important example what could happen for ME and CSF patients, because Obviously, it's a chronic infection, even if many scientific society have decided that there was only an acute stage of the disease. We know now that it can be a latent, cryptic, long-lasting infection. And the treatment for the long-lasting infection has been, most of the time, a long-lasting antibiotic treatment, which leads to a controversy. Do you create antibiotic resistance? And this has been an accusation to the teams that were treating Borrelia long-lasting infections. When we started to study that, when I started to be interested, I was in Pasteur Institute by that time, and then I was working with some university hospital. We were trying to overcome that, and we came to, let's say, not a new strategy, but something that could overcome these problems, which is a rotational association combination antibiotic therapy, sequential one, separated with poles. That's what I'm going to introduce to you. And also, because as we know, that Lyme is also a good example of what's a multiple viral co-infection or bacterial co-infection could be, how this kind of strategy can allow to have new or associated therapeutic strategies. So we know I will present rapidly in Europe, the decision tree for tick-borne disease treatment in Germany, France, and UK is not to treat if there is, an acute infection. If the laboratory testing is positive, but if not, you consider alternative diagnosis. So it relies on the two-tier test. In the T-bar disease treatment current guideline are for the early localized Lyme disease with erythema migrans in an endemic zone, doxycycline, 21 days, or cefuroxime in Germany, doxycycline amoxicillin in France, and doxycycline amoxicillin in UK. And cefuroxime also can be done in France and UK. For early multiple erythema migrans and neurological symptoms, there's a stage 3. Treatment options are doxycycline and ceftriaxone in IV injections. In France, it's also the same, and in UK, the same exactly. But that's for acute system. The late Lyme disease symptoms treatment options, there is a proposal for France, Germany, and UK of 28 days of amoxicillin and ceftriaxone for severe cases. So you can see that in Germany for the Robert Koch Institute, France for the French Society of Infectious Disease, and UK for the National Institute of Health. Their guidelines is also supporting doxycycline the first time treatment for early and late Lyme disease. And the focus on doxycycline has been overall, let's say, favorized. Now we come to the post-Lyme disease syndrome. That is to say, what's happening? You have been treated. You've got to 28 days, 14 days, 28 days of ceftriaxone, and you're still sick. So you have a group of people who say that's not Lyme disease. That's a post-Lyme disease treatment syndromes, which gives you a fatigue. It's due to exhaustion of the immune system, toxins, whatever, but it's not due to the infection. There is a lack of evidence, of course. The clinical studies have not demonstrated a clear benefit of long-term antibiotic therapies. That's what they say. And there is another group that says, yes, we have to treat. And most of the group, especially in Germany and in the United States, have been treating for long-term antibiotic therapy, which leads to the antibiotic resistance. We know that. And which leads to also fungi co-infections, and which leads to leaky gut, and which leads to a couple of adverse reactions. That's why we have decided, let's say, it as a post-Lyme disease, this multifactorial condition, various mechanisms. So in summary, now the national authorities are discouraging long-term antibiotic treatment for chronic form of Lyme disease. So that's the problem, because we don't have a real, there is no official test for this long-time disease symptoms. ELISA and Western blot are not effective because they are not related to the bacterial load. These bacteria, they hide themselves in tissues. They are anaerobic bacteria. They cover themselves with biofilms. And we know that they can also have another form of resistance, which is the round bodies. That means instead of staying as a flagella, they put themselves in round forms and cover themselves. So it's very hard for antibiotics to get there. And they are hiding in the tissues, covered themselves, and also in round bodies. So they are a special form of resistance of this bacteria. And we have, no, it has been demonstrated by Eva Sappi in Columbia University that the more you give antibiotics, the more the number of these round bodies form is increasing. She has been doing experiments of 3 weeks of doxycycline showing that the round bodies are increasing. So what do? Can we continue there, exposing to these problems, increasing the mutant selection, increasing the round bodies proliferation and the biofilm protection, or do we have to go for other kind of? There is a testing importance, because if we could demonstrate that there is a presence of the bacteria in the long-term Borrelia infection, we could be there. So we could have a better argument to convince our colleagues and the national authorities to go on with the treatment after the first treatment. We have worked with Leicester University in England, first on a phage treatment of Lyme disease, saying that if we cannot give these antibiotics, why don't we give phage treatment? After the development, we find the phage, we cultivate the phage. That's what we know, that the phage are sensitive to all these environmental stresses. But when we went to the European Commission and said, we have a project of treating Lyme disease with bacteriophage, and the gentleman which was in charge of the scientific direction in the European Commission was coming from, I don't think it was Bosnia or something. He said, you don't need to convince me. It's a nightmare in our country. We have an endemic situation of Lyme disease in all these Central Europe countries. But injecting a virus to treat a bacterial infection, it could be complicated. Okay, so because we don't know if the virus can mutate. Normally it shouldn't, because it's very specific. It shouldn't mutate. So we decided to have a tool of diagnostic, which is instead of looking to the bacteria, looking for the phage. What is the advantage? For each bacteria, you may have 30, 40 phages, lysogenic or lytic ones. And on the contrary of the bacteria, these phages circulate. because when they break the bacteria, they go in the stream and they are not looking, but they try to find a new host, otherwise they could not survive. So if you find the phage, and it's easier statistically to find it in the circulation or in the fluids than antibodies, if you find a phage, there is a living bacteria, because the phage cannot exist if there is not a living bacteria. So it's a kind of indirect but very direct test. That's a progress which is ongoing now. There is an experience of about 15,000 tests which have been conducted on this method. There are other tests. There are ELISpots, lymphoblastic transformation tests. We know that the antibody test is not a reliable test, okay, for this kind of bacteria. It cannot be a reliable test. PCR, direct PCR, or nested PCR cannot very work because they don't circulate. It's like fishing in a river where there is no fishes. You don't find it. So testing importance. This is an example of a male born in 2001 at the age of 6. ELISA and Western blot was both negative. And they had a general treatment. It was an attention disorder. Yes, we were talking about a psychiatric outcome of these chronic infections. We have to think also of autism and autism spectrum disorders. It can, in chronic infection, we know that from pandas with streptococcus. Now we have also the PANS, pediatric autoimmune neurological system syndromes, which is due to maybe viruses or an inflammation in the central nervous system. We know, at least in ILADs, that there are a lot of cases of autistic spectrum disorders due to this kind of infections. Or the mother during the pregnancy, or at the early age, because the kid as a pet, as a cat, as a dog, or goes out, it can be infected. So the general treatment following that was a general treatment with tryptophan, acetylcholine, mucuma, fucus, all of that kind of thing that the people try to do. And we had a phage red labs, which is a lab which is using the Leicester University developed tests, positive for Borrelia and relapsing fever. So we had a treatment. And the treatment was, as you see, there was Zitromax, azithromycin, the macrolides, during 8 days, and then stop for 2 weeks, and then metronidazole. Oh, sorry, can I come back? No, I made a big mistake. Sorry. So there was this kind of initiative in the beginning of this sequential treatments. Now, we know that many of these long-lasting infections have got also co-infection with viruses and other kind of bacteria. So we could be using a large amount of antibiotics and antivirals all together, associate them, but we would be facing tolerance and adverse reaction problems. So they are kind of now therapies which are developed. And I would like to present one, which I'm working with a lab which is developing that. It's a supportive oligonucleotide therapy, which is a kind of a silencing RNA which inserts the cells and gets incorporated in the other proteins to form a RNA-induced silencing complex. And this will prevent the bacteria or the virus to continue to get their own protein production. And so the virus or the bacteria will be killed by a lack of inside protein or a mechanism of living mechanism. It's very challenging, but it's very interesting. There are some studies which have been made. This therapy is authorized in the United States. In some center in Germany, it's considered as autotherapy because it's gone by the blood of the patient. In other countries of Europe, I say in France, it's not authorized. It's not authorized in Italy as well. It's tolerated in Portugal and Spain. And I hope they will gain experience to get this kind of treatment, which could replace, in many cases, the antibiotics. So what are the type of sequential treatments? You have the rotational antibiotic therapy, which involves rotating different classes of antibiotic to target the Borrelia bacteria or other kind of bacteria. Example, doxycycline followed by amoxicillin, cefuroxime, and then followed by azithromycin. The idea is to minimize the bacterial resistance and to maximize the efficacy by shifting the antibiotic which is used. You have the combination therapy for one or more antibiotics that can enhance the overall effectiveness against co-infection and Lyme. For example, doxycycline combined with rifampicin or with ceftriaxone in conjunction with metronidazole. The approach is to provide a broader spectrum of coverage against the various pathogens. What I would like to present, I have now a great experience of that, is the sequential treatment. It involves administering antibiotic with a specific period followed by a break, then resuming the treatment. The patient may receive for 14 days the treatment, followed by the week of one week or more off, and then repeat. And it may allow also the body to recover between treatments and still manage the symptoms. Intravenous therapy, as some practitioners may recommend a sequence of IV antibiotic, like ceftriaxone or meropenem, which can provide high concentration. So targeting co-infections and sequential treatments may involve these addressing the tick-borne illnesses, and it may involve cycling through specific treatments and aim at these co-infections, such as using atovacon or azithromycin for Babesia, for example. One association that we should use is always combining a bacteriostatic antibiotic with a bactericidal one. For example, doxycycline and ceftriaxone. The doxycycline is a tetracycline class, inhibits the bacteria protein by binding the 13S ribosomal subunit and slowing down slowly the bacterial growth. Ceftriaxone, on the contrary, is a cephalosporin that disrupts the bacteria wall synthesis, leading to a cell lysis. It's a lytic antibiotic. So it's particularly effective against gram-negative bacteria and some gram-positive. So this combination may be utilized by treating Lyme and potential co-infection, for example, in a plasma. The benefits are the bacterial effect of doxycycline can help to manage the symptom, while the ceftriaxone provides the immediate bacterial action. Association combining one bacteriostatic with one bacteriostatic, there is also another one. You have clindamycin and gentamicin. Clindamycin is an antibiotic that inhibits the protein synthesis by binding the 15S ribosomal subunit. It's very effective against anaerobic bacteria. And gentamicin, which is a bactericidal, is an aminoglycoside antibiotic that kills the bacteria by inhibiting the protein synthesis. So this combination can be effective in polymicrobial infections. So the clindamycin ability to target anaerobic complements the gentamicin efficacy against aerobic. So you see, you can before using antibiotic, we have to think about the mechanism, using antibacteriostatic and bactericidal ones, and to see which kind of co-infection you use, to see what kind of antibiotic you use. I'm urging my colleagues that are treating this long-lasting infection not to use always the same antibiotics. Please, don't use always the same antibiotics. Don't repeat the treatment. You will lead to, and you will be criticized for that with good reasons. So, association combining a bacteriostatic with a bactericidal antibiotic mechanism. You have also azithromycin and vancomycin. Azithromycin is a macrolide antibiotic, inhibits bacterial protein synthesis on the 15S ribosomal subunit, and it's also a variety of gram-negative and some gram-negative bacteria, gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria. I have another story to tell you about macrolides. In 1975, long time ago, I was a young intern. You were not born, many of you. I was a young intern in infectious disease. And I remember a patient which has a Coxsackie viruses in the throat. And the professor said, give him, the only macrolide that existed at that time was spiramycin, okay? And they said, we were very respectful, sir, you're using an antibiotic for a virus. And I remember 1975, he told me, we don't know why, but macrolides work on viruses. COVID, all the stories about using azithromycin by the Chinese teams, by the French teams, and all these things. I can tell you, when I heard this story, recently I said, well, you know, and well, I know that since 1975, I used macrolides in a viral infection. So it's not you, I've not heard this recently. It helps. We don't know why. It helps. That's a very the hunting story, if we can say so, or fishing story, but it's a true story. Okay, so the azithromycin provides against atypical antigen. Vancomycin is an effective treatment for resistant gram-positive bacteria. So the association combining a bacteriostatic with one bactericidal, you have another one, sulfametazole trimethoprim with amoxicillin, for the same reason. And this combination is often used in treating urinary tract infections and respiratory ENT infections, where both bacteriostatic and bacterial effects are beneficial. So in summary, the association must be guided according to the tissue also of the tropism. For example, in joints, cyclin and cephalosporin are active. But for neurological signs, macrolides, ceftriaxone, and quinolones and rifampicin are the only one that can cross the blood-brain barrier. Not all the antibiotics can do it. So you don't need to give there's no use giving some antibiotics that will not cross the blood-brain barrier. They won't work, or work very poorly. So you think about what tissue do I want, because what are the main symptoms? What are the tissue I want to target first? And then to try to give a bacteriostatic and bactericidal combination and give them in a rotational combination strategy that permits to use first to make the body recover, to use also concomitant or associated antiviral therapy. I've been mentioning the SOTs, but it's only now on investigation. It's not a generally approved treatment. And to use also some integrative medicine joined together. So you can you have a more respectful combined medicine, if I can say so. So, and I said diagnostic is very important for addressing viral and co-infections and parasites. We didn't talk about parasites with the MECFS, or very poor, very few. I did not criticize you, but it's but we should, because we know that long-lasting parasitic infection leads to ME also, and there are parasites that can go to the nervous system, central nervous system. We know that. Okay, so it's complex, but if we want to be there, one of the tools could be to give this sequential treatment. That's what I wanted to say. And I thank you very much for these things. And the mixed approach on sectional antibiotics were so restrained. So stewardship is easier. And sequential therapy allows also the natural therapies and detox to be integrated. Thank you.
Thank you for excellent presentation. Questions? The first question from me. Stay here. Don't go.
Okay.
It's better. From my clinical practice, I know that I have one big problem to think about the treatment using antibiotics. But what is the point of view? Interesting what your meaning about this. Damage of mitochondria. Because it's necessary that some antibiotics can damage mitochondria. And this is the big problem by ME patients.
Of course.
And if you are giving some antibiotics, we have the worsening of the symptoms for these patients. And I think it's necessary to think about this, about the combination of antibiotics. What do you think about this? What do you suggest, especially what do you think about the combination of two antibiotics and rotation and pulse therapy?
I think that would be a good that could be a good answer, because I'm not familiar with mitochondrial, let's say, metabolism or methods or recovering is, but I think that restricting the duration of the antibiotics and having this pause of 2 weeks. Why 2 weeks? You're asking 2 weeks because it has been, for Lyme disease, it has been studied that the replication cycle of the bacteria is between 2 to 4 weeks. So if you leave it, it will. No, it's not a female. I'm sorry. It's it that would go out of the wood. Let's say out of the hidden places in the body. It's a supposition. But you know, this kind of sequential treatment have been used also for a long time ago for other infectious disease. For Helicobacter pylori, you use sequential therapy. For chlamydia, you use sequential therapy. For syphilis, you use sequential therapy. Tuberculosis is no longer treated by long-term antibiotics. It's sequential therapy too. So, okay, so I don't know about mitochondria, but I suppose people which are more, let's say, of a more knowledge about that could answer to me. What is what could be the recovery of a mitochondrial, let's say, healthy mitochondrials?
What do you think about the combination of using herbal antibiotics to get herbal antibiotics from plants? Some plants.
This has been studied in Baltimore by Professor Zhang, and he has used essential oils, and he has selected a group of essential oils which are not revolutionary ones, but he has tried them on culture of Borrelia, and he has tried them on a small animal model, which is a small rodent. I know the word in French is a gerbille, but what also is a small rodent, and gerbil. So okay, they copy us all the time, and the gerbil, and it seems to be working. Okay, so now Professor Zhang went back to China, so I could not, but I have followed his work and I've met him several times, and I'm using it.
For
But
information,
together with the antibiotics. Together with the antibiotics.
But for information, we published 2 months ago one publication with our group from the stomatology faculty related to essential oils from thymian, combination of thymian and mentha related to skin cancer. Results were very excellent results, and we need to think about this. More questions?
It's a great speech. My question is, what's part or what's mechanism of autonomic nervous system may be key for this problem? Autonomic nervous system, what part or what mechanism?
Professor, as Branislav Milovanović as answered, but I know, as I said earlier, that chronic infections are leading also to hormonal adrenal exhaustion and also to neurotransmitter imbalance with a loss of serotonin, increase of dopamine, and a disruption in the GABA system. So altogether, I don't know which part of the autonomic system is involved, but certainly it's involved, okay? We know, for example, that for the Helicobacter pylori, the vagus system is also damaged. But you could better answer to that question.
Yes. First of all, autonomic nervous system is always damaged in that case because this is our software of our body. And we have always the response of autonomic nervous system. And related to Helicobacter, we have, it's very known fact, this is only one part of complete damage of our body. And if we treat completely and holistic, we will solve the problem. For me, for my experience, it's stupid to treat only positive Helicobacter, but we have big problem with many system problems, and it's necessary to start integrative, and after that we will in my experience, I'm treating autonomic dysfunction and my patient psoriasis. After the treatment, and we are using also essential oils, prepared special oils, we have disappearing of signs of psoriasis. This is completely holistic approach.
Some essential oils have an effect on the autonomous nervous system. They can be either sympathetic, in favor of the sympathetic system, or the parasympathetic system. For example, thyme is parasympathetic, whereas lavender is working on both of them, and but more on the sympathetic branch of the central nervous system. I'm not very familiar with that. That's only a small knowledge I may have. But you're right. We should work on that.
Thank you.
I'm Patience. I want to ask how to use antibiotic for dental procedure.
Well, we know, for example, dentists could answer to you, but they are using a mixture of antiparasites and antibiotics like macrolides. There is a specialty in France called Bureau de Gilles, which is flagyl with spiramycin. Okay, so I think that would be the best part, because and of course, it comes to me that each time you have an ME/CSF patient, please see the perinasal sinuses, if there is not a chronic small infection, latent one, and monitor the teeth, because it can be micro abscesses that can go there. So, one of the encryptic tonsils also, So all this area is very important, very important, very important. And for sinuses, no antibiotic can go there. The only way to address the antibiotics is to be by nebulization, sonic nebulization, inhalation. Otherwise, it cannot go there. It's not vascularized. So there's no need to give tons of antibiotics. It won't work. It won't work.
Okay, thank you. More questions? Maybe you can answer this question. Is it possible to have negative ELISA test and the Western blot test before any antibiotics treatments and have Lyme? Is it possible? How?
Yeah, yes, I can answer. Yes, if it's possible, because ELISA and Western blot are known to have a low sensitivity. A low sensitivity. There are studies which have been comparing the sensitivity and the specificity. They are specific tests, but the sensitivity is lower than PCR. And at the phage PCR test, we have conducted, which has been a study which have been published. So ELISA and Western blot tests are economic tests, are let's say public health valuable tests in terms of public health, because they are easy to perform tests and not expensive tests. We must rely on that, but they are not the most sensitive tests. The sensitivity is not good. It's not enough. So yes, you can have Lyme with a negative test.
And also, if you do not make antibodies, you will have negative tests.
Of course.
And also, don't forget that ELISA and Western blot are limited for a very few species. They're not all equal. They're not all able to detect it. Not even Borrelia burgdorferi sensuato, and not even speaking about relapsing fever groups. So yes, you can have Borrelia, because there is not only Lyme in Borrelia, there is a whole group of relapsing fever Borrelia species giving very similar symptoms, having even more impact on the immune and neurological systems, and completely going beyond the radar on serological testing.
One of the good examples is Miyamotoi, for example, which is related to relapsing fever, but it's a special strain, which is very common in Europe now.
One question for you. If we have a negative ELISA test, Western blot, is possible that we have an option as a positive immunoblot test. What do you think about is the immunoblot test maybe the best solution?
No, the same problem. The same problem.
Same problem.
Yeah, the same problem.
Okay.
I would like to share my experience. I'm patient, and I struggled of COVID and low COVID, and I'm patient of Professor Branislav Milovanović. At the beginning of my treatment, I was very bad. I spent a lot of time sleeping or laying, or I had COVID and I were hospitalized. Before COVID, I was a sportist. I ride a mountain bike, which means I had a very good physical shape. And after COVID, and I had one COVID, and after that I had some difficulties, undetermined difficulties. And then I got a pancreatic, and I don't know exact, a pulse near the liver, a stone, bilijarnu upalu pancreasa. Yeah. And after that, I have pancreatic. While I was at the hospital, I got new COVID, and I went to the COVID hospital. and I had a lot of treatments with antibiotics. And after that, I had surgery, and they žučni kancer.
Can you ask a question?
Oh, yeah. I don't want to ask any question, but now I have smoldering multiple myeloma and EMEA, and I use a lot of supplements prescribed by Branislav Milovanović, and I'm better now. I would like to thank Professor Milovanović and to say that these treatments has good results. Maybe not as good as we would like to, but I now live much better than I used to.
That's very good. That's very good. And when you hear your story, I don't know, but there are some viruses that can go to pancreas directly, like cytomegaloviruses or herpes viruses. So maybe it has been looked at, or otherwise it could be interesting to look at it also.
I agree with you, because I mentioned before by young people, when we had the syncope, it was mainly with cytomegalovirus and Epstein-Barr virus, and after that with insulin resistance and these infections. As you can see, we had in this session one specialist of internal medicine and cardiology and autonomic dysfunction, one immunologist, infectologist, immunologist, and gastroenterologist, and everything. I think it was very successful. Now we have break, coffee break, 30 minutes.
And he had
we're really learning more about him because we know that he attributes blame to other people. He attributes emotional states to other people. And so it's possible that he himself experiences a death wish. But he'll say anything right now. Keep deferring here, but he's the victim in the story.
The neighbor's story when I get the body.
Good afternoon. It is my honor and pleasure to open this afternoon session with a colleague from Serbia. And I would like to introduce the first talk, done by Professor Branislava Milenković from Medical Faculty, University of Belgrade, Clinic for Pulmonology, University Clinical Center of Serbia. Dr. Milenković will talk about clinical and CT pulmonary angiographic features of pulmonary embolism in post-COVID condition. Please welcome Dr. Milenković.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, it's a really privilege for me to join this symposium, and I would like to thank to Branislav for inviting me to talk about our experience, and I will show what are our dilemmas and what are our results concerning COVID, post-COVID condition and pulmonary embolism. I just wanted to remind you about the different definitions of post-COVID condition, post-COVID syndrome, post-COVID state, long COVID. And that's a problem when we analyze the literature and when we want to correlate our results with the results for the literature, because the definition is different. So I think it's better to be close to the definition of World Health Organization, and just remind you it's here on the slide. So that's about post-COVID condition. And what about pulmonary embolism? We know that it is, to say, frequent in acute COVID-19. There are different data from the literature. It depends on the severity of the patients who were analyzed in a study. But I will tell you that I found that in patients who are admitted to ICU because of COVID-19, that the prevalence was 11.1% of pulmonary embolism. So we know it is frequent. But from our practice and from some data from literature, we know that it is present, the pulmonary embolism and venous thrombotic disease is to say common in post-COVID condition. But unfortunately, there are not a lot of data in the literature, so we have to try to think about it and to think about this correlation on the different points of view, like it was in the session before that I really enjoyed so much. What about pathogenesis of pulmonary embolism and venous thrombotic diseases in patients with acute COVID? We have different, I think, up to now 6 different pathways for pathogenesis of pulmonary embolism, but I think it will be one more to say, and not only one more, that will, in time, we get more definitions and pathways for thrombosis in these patients. What do we know? We know that there is a damage of endothelial cells, and I think that's the main problem also with the patients with post-COVID condition. And there is one other point of view for the risk of thrombosis in post-COVID condition, that is that there are still some residual thrombotic formations in these patients that could make pulmonary embolism. So I think in time we'll get more information about this pathophysiology. What do we know about the clinical markers of pulmonary embolism in acute COVID-19? We already know that. I think also our patients know it very well. They ask for the special analysis. So to tell the truth, the D-dimer is very important for us to think about this problem in acute COVID-19, but also we have to think about analysis of inflammatory parameters, not only CRP, not only IL-6, but also ferritin. There is one, to say, new biomarker. It's ST2. It is its isoform, it's soluble ST2, has been shown in the studies as a good marker for severity of pulmonary embolism. And maybe in a larger studies, it will, larger studies, future studies will show us that this biomarker could predict the severity of complication in acute COVID, to predict mortality, to predict admission to ICU because of COVID-19. So there are some studies that found the level of ST2 is elevated, it's higher in a patient with pulmonary embolism and also in a patient with heart failure. And these last two sentences, I think, about all patients, not COVID-19 patients. But what about clinical markers and post-COVID condition? Unfortunately, we don't have a valuable one, and we know that we need these tools in our clinical practice. So we performed a study that just started as a work of 2 students, and in time we found it could be very interesting, and we performed one study that was retrospective, one single center study that included patients who were admitted to the Clinic for Pulmonary Diseases in Belgrade in 1 year, and we analyzed 555 patients. So they were admitted to hospital. The severity of disease was different. And just to tell some more things, that is, in our country, we hospitalize patients with mild pulmonary embolism, so only subsegmental pulmonary embolism will be, should be treated as outpatients. So these are different severity. Some of them are severe, but some of them are mild and moderate. So we divided these patients in 2 groups. One group was group that we had a data that this patient had COVID-19 acute infection and symptoms that gives the diagnosis of post-COVID condition. So in that group, we had 189, as you can see. We performed a rapid antigen test for SARS-CoV-2 in that time for everybody who was hospitalized, and we included only patients who had negative tests. So from the medical data, medical reports, we know that they were treated as acute COVID-19, different severity. And the other group was a group that had a pulmonary embolism, but no data in his history, in his symptoms, but also from medical records. That group included 366 patients. So we have 2 different groups according to COVID-19 in past. We analyzed different anthropometric data, demographic data, clinical parameters, radiological parameters, biochemical parameters, and this was routinely performed in these patients. So the diagnosis of pulmonary embolism was confirmed using CTPA, so there's no doubt if these patients had or didn't have pulmonary embolism. All of them had pulmonary embolism. This table will show you the baseline characteristics of our patients. And as you can see, according to the sex, we didn't find any difference. I'm sorry, I didn't put the age of these patients, but I will tell you that in group A, which is group with COVID in past, so post-COVID condition, was 64, and the group, to say COVID-free group, was 65. So no difference according to this age and sex. There are only a few papers analyzing these problems, and I will comment about our results. The first study that will tell you, it was Huang and co-workers. It's a study from Taiwan that included only 9 patients. So in that group of the patients, there were more female than male. This group was interesting because these authors had follow-up of the patients with post-COVID condition and pulmonary embolism for 1 year. I know it's a small number, but I think we cannot afford that in our clinical practice. We cannot find a patient who would like to come again after 1 year. But in the other study, this lady, it's Luigi Petramala. This study analyzed 72 patients with some of them were COVID-free in a history, some had post-COVID condition, and there was a group of healthy patients, healthy subjects. So we have in that study 3 groups. In this group, there was no sex difference. So we can see different data in different studies. There are no data in these studies about smoking, but in our study, we found that the patients, to say COVID-free, were more frequent current smokers than in a group post-COVID condition. When we analyze the comorbid diseases, you can see that in a group, COVID-free group, there was more patients with malignant disease, different malignant disease. In a group with post-COVID condition, more patients were had some comorbid chronic respiratory disease. And when we analyze the risk factors for pulmonary embolism, it was more frequent in the group, COVID-free group. So there are some differences that we found, and you can see we didn't find any difference between these patients according to their comorbid disease. You can see that arterial hypertension was the most common comorbid disease. But in the study of Luigi Petramala, there was a high prevalence of diabetes mellitus in the patient with post-COVID condition and pulmonary embolism. And that Taiwan study, there was more patients with malignant disease, almost 1/3 of the patients had some malignancy. So there are, you can see differences. Next step, we analyzed the reports of CTPA, and we analyzed the extent of pathological findings if the thrombus was localized in a trunk or on a segmental artery, etc. What were the results? When we analyzed the localization of pathological findings in a pulmonary trunk, in a left or right pulmonary artery, we found the difference that more patients in COVID-free group had a pathological finding in a pulmonary trunk. So we can, from this finding, we can think that these patients, this group was more severe group. And something else, you can see that there is no difference according to the other parts of pulmonary arteries. When you, sorry. In a study of Italian authors, Petramala, they found the high radiological score in a COVID-free patients, what is different from our study. When we analyzed the severity of clinical status of our patients, we found more severe clinical parameters were in COVID-free group, and you can see according to the treatment that when was applied, what was prescribed to the patients, that more oxygen treatment and more corticosteroids were prescribed in a patient who had post-COVID condition and PE. In a study of Petramala and co-authors in the group, COVID-free group, there were more severe patients. So there are different results from that study when we compare to ours. And what about biochemical parameters? There are no difference according to the white cell count and other parameters, but I will show that analyzing CRP and D-dimer, we found different results in this group. In the group which was COVID-free and pulmonary embolism, the CRP level was higher and the level of D-dimer was higher. It was higher at admission and the maximal value during that hospitalization. In a Petramala and co-workers, there was also higher CRP in a group, post-COVID condition group, but in Huang, who had only 5 patients, I told you, they found that D-dimer was higher at the beginning. Just to tell you that from these Taiwanese authors, when we analyzed these patients after 1 year, so it was 9 on the beginning, after 1 year it was only 5, but in these 5 patients there were no abnormal value in biochemical parameters. Also on chest X-ray it was normal findings and ECG was normal. So on that small group we can say for 1 year with post-COVID condition these patients recovered. We also analyzed hemostasis parameters, LA1, LA2. We analyzed protein C and APCR, which was routine practice for the patients with pulmonary embolism, but you can see the number is lower because it's a group of the patients with higher risk for new thrombosis that we didn't find any difference. So what can we conclude? From literature data and our data, post-COVID condition is associated with thrombotic events like PE and VTE. Our single-center retrospective study shown that patients with post-COVID condition had severe clinical characteristic, but lower CRP and D-dimer. And biomarker hemostasis did not differ between these 2 groups. What is the clinical impact of our study? I think it is a contribution to understand the impact of post-COVID condition to patients with pulmonary embolism. But for sure, we need more further studies that will analyze the correlation between post-COVID condition and thrombotic state. Thank you for attention.
Are there any questions, please?
Just a quick question. Is it any connection with homeocysteine levels?
No, this was a really clinical study and it was retrospective. All these analyses were performed routinely. I'm interested about ST2. I don't know, maybe we'll get some data as a prognostic marker. Thank you.
I would be interested, thank you very much for the presentation. I would be interested in the situation at the small vessels. Because in post-COVID, especially microclot formation is quite frequently prescribed, described in literature, and also changes at the small vessels in the cardiac tissue and also in the brain has been described. So did you also check in your patients whether smaller clotting can be observed and changes at the vessels and the endothelial is observed?
So thank you. It's a nice question, and it's a very something that we didn't perform because we performed only CTPA, but in the patients we performed also Doppler ultrasonography of lower extremities to find if there are any thrombosis. So I cannot tell you anything about endothelial changes because we didn't analyze it.
Any other question from the public? We'll go then to the chat. I don't know if you can answer this. Is there a way to know what are currently ongoing studies in Serbia and how patients in Serbia can be notified of approaching studies and how they can apply?
So it's studies about my talk. Okay. No ongoing studies. We were part of the project COVID-19 that was funded by our Fund for Science of Republic of Serbia, and it is finished, and we had only 2 publications. My professor name like mine, he had more publications, but these studies should be performed with the patients, my patients, post-COVID-19 and post-COVID condition and acute COVID-19 should be proved. So today we know that a lot of patients are just going to doctor will tell, I think it is COVID-19, but we do not perform rapid tests or PCR tests routinely for all patients.
Any further question? Thank you, Dr. Milenković, for this nice contribution.
I would like to invite my co-chair, Tatjana Mijatović. She will talk us about innovative approach in testing CFC patients and to talk us about the importance of vector-borne disease and gastrointestinal dysfunctions.
Good afternoon again. Before I start, I would really like warmly to welcome Professor Branislav for inviting me and especially for bringing this topic on the agenda, which is more and more important in the EME-CFS world. And I would like to thank you all for staying and especially thank the patient association, patients who are very courageously sitting the whole day here in a hope to get more information to share with their co-fellows, patients, and co-sufferers. Before I enter in the subject, I want to tell you the history a little bit of the Red Laboratories, who was founded 28 years ago by the pioneering doctors in Belgium, in Brussels, who were among the first ones to try to treat ME/CFS patients. And the idea was to have a lab who can develop specialty tests at the edge between research and lab testing in order to support all novel findings and scientific publications with the test development. So over all those years, many markers raised a lot of hope to be the marker, and nothing really emerged as a final solution. And we know why it couldn't emerge as a final solution, because if you look at the complexity of potentially contributing factor, which is a very simplified graphical presentation, we know that a graal of unique biomarker is not achievable. But we try to dig in different parts of this chart in order to narrow the testing possibility and to try to define a kind of patterns in plural for the patients suffering from ME/CFS. For a long time, we have been shifting from hunting the viruses, as Simon was excellently explained today. We have been looking for actin, for mitochondria, for NK cells, and in the last decade, more and more evidence pointed to the importance of addressing tick-borne diseases in general and gastrointestinal issues because they're very, very intimately linked. So how we end up in chronic illness, we do not born with chronic illness for most of the patients. It's a progressive degradation with a lot of factors coming in and not going out to end up finally with a chronic stage. But what we have as a general hallmark is that we have immune dysregulation, double but gut dysbiosis that end up in chronic illness by different mechanisms. So it is not my goal here to reintroduce chronic fatigue syndrome. You know this very, very well, even maybe better than me. So it was just to set up the context for the talk. There is a long history of medical interest in CFS worldwide, and there was a lot of studies that have been conducted, but as I said, the etiology is not known and there is no unique pathological abnormalities that have been evidenced. More and more evidence points towards a combination of factors because we have this multiple etiology in the development of different chronic disease in general and CFS in particular. Sadly, in many countries, these affections are still considered as psychiatric because, despite a clear biomedical evidence. And in order to offer a better management of the patients with complex clinical pictures, because ME/CFS, it's give complex clinical pictures due to all these combinative factors, it is important to focus on different parameters. It is important to adopt the integrative approach, what we are doing today, inclusive of search for infections, investigation of immune dysfunctions, and assessment of gastrointestinal disorders. They're all linked together and you cannot dissociate them one from the other. Immune dysregulation is a hallmark of CFS. But the intestinal dysfunctions, such as dysbiosis and leaky gut, we talked about leaky gut a few minutes before, likely contribute to CFS, and there were a lot of reports evidencing this. Intestinal permeability, which is in fact the translation of the leaky gut, and the subsequent leakage of the LPS, of lipopolysaccharide, into the blood, contribute to this chronic activation of immune system that is observed in CFS patients. What is very important is that the majority of CF patients describe an infectious onset of their disease, whether this is viral or bacterial or both. There is, for most of them, an infectious onset, and this needs to be investigated deeper. Several viruses, Simon had a great summary today, have been associated previously with the CFS, but they are not specific for CFS. So they are not yet the markers, but they are contributors and they deserve further investigations. One step forward, if an individual has any kind of chronic health condition, ranging from arthritis, chronic fatigue syndrome to fibromyalgia, it is really important to investigate tick-borne infections. We narrowed the language to Lyme disease, but there is not only Lyme disease. The tick-borne infections is much more than just Borrelia burgdorferi sensulata. So it is apparent that many cases of fibromyalgia and chronic fatigue syndrome are actually Lyme disease or tick-borne disease in disguise. Those vector-borne infections are increasing globally. We see this trend last 20 years. Lyme disease is, of course, among the most prevalent and giving a wide range of symptoms. So there is not just erythema migrans, which does not appear in all cases. It is one of the obvious symptoms. But if I tell you that not more than 30 to 40% people bitten by Borrelia burgdorferi develop the erythema migrans, and less than 10% those that are infected with Borrelia miyamotoi, then it's not the only physical symptom you can see. And when you see the list of potential symptoms, it's just a small summary, then you don't know where to start with. But what we know is that a little tick can cause a very, very big problem if this remains unaddressed. So, as I said, the most prevalent, the most important, the most investigated are Borrelias, but many others needs to be investigated because Borrelia likes to have some companions, some friends. And usually, if you have one infection, you have more than one. Bacterial, parasitic, viral, there are friends there, and they're, on top of this, opportunistic infections. Those vector-borne infections are caused by infectious agents that are transmitted mainly by tick bites, but not only. We know now that they are transmitted by sandflies, fleas, etc. That's why we do not say anymore tick-borne disease, but we try to embed this in vector-borne disease. We try to avoid language like Lyme disease and co-infection, because those co-infections can coexist with Borrelia, but it can come completely without. They do not need Borrelia to be present. You can have Bartonellosis or Babesiosis without having Borrelia, or with Borrelia it was cleared. So you have to think this much more globally than just Lyme. The problem is that usually if there is a testing, very important, it's focused on Lyme and only on Lyme, not broader. And that's why we do not have really the true extent of tick and vector-borne pathogen expansion. It's poorly defined. There is no nationally standardized tick surveillance. It's a little bit better in the US than here, and it is not reportable disease. So if you don't test, you don't know what is going on both in ticks and in humans. And again, think about it, little tick, big problem, chronic illness. There are many particular symptoms for Bartonella, Babesia, and Borrelia that are, we call them 3Bs, but most of them are overlapping. So based on symptoms, you cannot say, I'm sure you have Babesia, or I'm sure you have only Borrelia. These are all very similar, very interconnecting, so you need to broaden the investigational field. Diagnosing Lyme and tick-borne infections is extremely challenging, and the complications are most frequently a result of inadequate testing, mainly focusing on markers for the early disease or for inappropriate markers like we discussed this morning with using serology testing where there are no antibodies produced. Those tick-borne disease cases are very commonly misdiagnosed with other illnesses, and very few tests are really approved like the tests for established clinical diagnosis, only ELISA, plus Western or immunoblood to tier testing. Thus, most of our available testing methods are investigational or what we call a research test, aiming to help the assessment of the patients and also to support explaining to patients that he's sick from a kind of infection, because it's difficult to embark the patient on a very demanding and costly treatment if the patient is not also convinced that he has something. There is also families, friends who does not believe. So if you can have diagnostics, say, look, I have something. I'm not completely crazy, I have something really physiological and I will treat it, it's much more easier to get embarked on the treatment. The overall high failure rate of this testing underscores the necessity for novel and multiple approaches, one, to be developed, and two, to be accepted by general healthcare system. And these are two pieces of a very, very difficult battle we are making since years. Dr. Tellier talked earlier today about phage-based tests, which consist of targeting prophages part of bacterial lysogenic cycle. And this is a very novel concept in which we are looking for bacteriophage instead of bacteria, because bacteriophages are circulating, they're much more numbered than bacteria itself. And especially for the chronic patients, it's interesting once bacteria is migrating to the tissues. The beautiful thing of the nature is that the genetic material of bacteriophage is specific to the bacteria with which is associated. So bacteriophage from Borrelia miyamotoi will not go to the Borrelia burgdorferi. So if you can detect the bacteriophage for Borrelia miyamotoi, you're pretty sure that you have a living Borrelia miyamotoi somewhere in the body, and it does not necessarily mean that you will have Borrelia burgdorferi, Afzeli, Garini, etc. So the testing for bacteriophages is the witness of a specific active Borrelia infection. Those bacteriophages are transmitted with a tick bite, and they can only survive if they have their bacterial host. Without the host, they're dead. So this test was developed by Leicester University, and we got the exclusivity to perform on a large scale, but we continued to improve the test, to enlarge the number of targets, and also to do it in a large scale and to ameliorate technical aspects. And particularly, this test enabled us to evidence a very high prevalence of Borrelia relapsing fever species, mainly Borrelia miyamotoi and Herb C, both in tested ticks and in patients. And this is something that we didn't expect at the beginning, because the first version of the test was, of course, focusing on Borrelia burgdorferi sensulato. And when we start testing, we saw that there is something else more to explore, and then we developed primers and probes for miyamotoi, Herb C, recurrentis, so we can now cover different species from both groups of Borrelia. What is the phage test? You need a biological material, whatever it is, blood, tick, biopsy, that is submitted to manual DNA phenylchloroform extraction. The question was to Simon, what is the extraction method? During the test development, different methods were tested and none performed as well as phenylchloroform extraction. This is very heavy technically, this is toxic, but there was a significant difference in the CT, in the output. And furthermore, when we took the technology transfer for this test, we did a comparison on other viruses, and we found 2-log difference between classical, colon-based and beads-based method and phenylchloroform in detection of viruses. So we go ahead with this phenylchloroform method, despite the fact that it's difficult. Then the sample undergoes 2 cycles of quality controls, and if everything is good, then each sample is tested in 3 replicates for 7 different real-time PCRs, targeting all 3 Borrelia subgroups, Borrelia burgdorferi sensulato, miyamotoi, and relapsing fever. At the end, the samples that they show positive results on the real time are sent for confirmatory sequencing. You don't need to take photos, just mail me, I will send you the presentation, you have no problem. So the resolution will be better. I share all my presentation if you want. So if we have a positive-like sample, the confirmation is done by sequencing. So we know that what is positive is really positive. It's not false positive. You cannot avoid false negatives, but you can avoid false positive by multiplying those checkpoints like sequencing at the end. The Felix phage test was a big effort, and it was a very nice example how we can achieve something nice by cooperation between academia, specialized testing lab, and medical specialists. All this integrative effort, everything that we are doing today, so more we are, further we go. Today we have 4 publications, much more in preparation, and a patent on this method that is, as I said, continuously developing. I will show you the result of the usefulness of the test, the results on ticks. We did 2 large studies. The second one involved 110 ticks, and 75% of those analyzed ticks were positive for at least 1 pathogen, and 32 for at least 2 pathogens. So when the people say, oh no, the ticks are not infected, they are. It's much more than 10%. It's just the question how many you test. What do you test? You will not find something you don't test for. And we compared different techniques, so phage test, HibriSpot, which is PCR.blood, and commercially available CIVD qPCR for different pathogens. So you have here the percentage of positive ticks by different methods. So you can see that by phage method, we had only 10% positive on Borrelia burgdorferi sensulato, but 30% on Miyamotoi, and 42% on relapsing fever, mainly Herm-C. The same percentage of Borrelia burgdorferi was discovered by HibriSpot. Bertonella was very close to it, 9%, and Rickettsia 10%. So there are much more pathogens to be investigated than just Lyme disease pathogen. And when we look to the PCRs that are available for diagnostic testing, those percentage drop dramatically. So their sensitivity is not comparable with the phage test. So as I said, 75% of tested ticks were positive, which means only 25% negative. And 70% combined were positive for strains for Borrelia relapsing fever group, for which conventional testing do not test for. So you see the discrepancy, and now you can better understand why conventional testing don't give you positive results. So seeing this high prevalence or Borrelia burgdorferi in testing ticks, further supported by our findings on over 15,000 samples we have been testing for the last 5 years, the overall high expansion of undiagnosed tick-borne disease cases worldwide might be linked, and I'm pretty convinced they are linked, to the screening choice focusing only on Borrelia burgdorferi sensulato and rarely testing for relapsing fever, while the later one seems to be much more prevalent. So this is something to keep in mind, either when you have to choose the test or when you have to interpret the negative testing data from conventional testing. More generally, when you consider testing for tick-borne infections, there are a few things you need really to keep in mind. Multiple pathogens are potentially co-infecting the patients. And if a test is not looking for a given pathogen, it is very unlikely that it will be detected. So as much as possible, enlarge the testing. These polymicrobial infections has an important consequences for the diagnosis and management of tick-borne diseases. Multiple species of each pathogen are often present, and that's what I said for Bertonella. And this is the reason to very well read about the test you're taking and to use the tests that offer broad species coverage, preferably at the genus level. You need to understand the performance and caveats of lab testing methods, what a given test can bring you as an answer. They have limitations and they cannot go beyond these limitations. And I frequently hear from the patient, oh, it's a bad test. No, it's not a bad test. It's a bad usage of the test. You need to know what were you using it. False, as I said, false negatives are common. False positives are possible. And you need to try to find a way to get rid of them. What is important also for chronic patients is to combine direct and indirect tests to increase the sensitivity by looking for microbes and host immune response. And of course, to explore the integrative approach with supportive tests. For the presentation, I selected a few pathogens that are not Lyme through the retrospective data in order to show the prevalence of those less investigated and neglected infections, direct and opportunistic, like Bartonella, Babesia, some viral infections with a focus on Epstein-Barr and herpes 7. And in the second part, I will show you the data on gastrointestinal research we did on patients with active borreliosis that was evidenced by Felix phage test, and this biosis was evaluated by metagenomics tool assay we have in-house. So we do have immunoblots for Bartonella, Babesia, and TBRF that are genus-based, and they can detect multiple species in one test, and so they're suitable for full spectrum of disease, providing that the patient made the antibodies. Keep always this in mind. Based on recombinant technology and validation study showed the specificity that are around 90%. So when we consider the Bartonella, which is extremely difficult to diagnose in late-stage patients, PCR and blood are generally negative. Sometimes you have culture doubled by PCR. You might have some positive, but generally PCR, chronic patients, Bartonella, you forget it. Conventional serology is ELISA test for one, maximum 2 species, where you have a very large list of potentially pathogenic species. In our data, less than 1% were positive by PCR, genus-based PCR, dot-blood PCR, whatever you want. Less than 5% were positive by conventional serology. When we did immunoblots imported from the US, 43% became positive on IgG and 22% positive for IgM. And there is also a big percentage of what we call undetermined. This group, yellow, of undetermined are the patients who have only a limited amount of antibodies below the cutoff or only one antigen, while at least 2 are required from different groups. So when you see this data, you have much more than 1 or 5% of positive patients. And if you have a matching clinical picture, then you have a basis to consider the implication of Bartonella in your patient. Same thing with Babesia. Bear in mind, Babesia is parasite. Babesia is not bacteria. Extremely difficult to diagnose in late stage. Although Babesia is in red blood cells, they're making the nets with fibrins, and you first need to disrupt these nets in order to have something of your testing. Conventional serologies, maximum 2 species. In our hands, less than 1 positive by PCRs, different kinds. While on immunoblot, that is genus-specific, 36% positive on IgG, 50% positive on IgM. Huge difference. Finally, we have something to diagnose Babesia, even though it's a serology test. Epstein-Barr, we know that more than 90% of world population is or was infected at one point, but there is a reactivation. Almost all Lyme patients, all tick-borne disease patients experience multiple reactivation of ABV We had nice talks. I will not spend too much time, but what you need to know is that Epstein-Barr is known to cause false positive results in Lyme serology testing, particularly IgM tests that could stay a long time positive without a reason. So this needs to be excluded. There is a limited value of immunoblot for EBV, but much bigger value of qPCR, quantitative qPCR, when we have like 26% of positive when we do this PCR. And importantly, when you assess the viral loads, not to set up at 0, because we all have some circulating viruses, and to carefully select your threshold. This is very, very important. I wanted also to spend a few minutes on herpes virus 7. We had the nice data on 6 and 7 by Simon. 7 is much less investigated than 6, but 7 can also reactivate HV6 for latency, and increased prevalence has been reported in people with autoimmune disease. In our data, last year's we have 53% of tested patients positive for herpes 7. And since this symposium is also dedicated to post-COVID and long COVID, I wanted to share our unpublished data on HV7. We discovered a little bit accidentally, thanks to a few patients who are extremely involved in the follow-up of their situation. There is a subset of long COVID patients with the typical neurological manifestations, with anxiety, brain fog, and that are extremely positive on HV7, and they react on antivirals. So before 2020, before COVID, we had 29% positive patients tested on HV7. When we tested after 2020, 54% positive on HV7 and 46 negative. And this percentage goes even on 83% if we filter those patients for less than 2 years of symptoms and with the experience of anxiety, brain fog, and cognitive issues. So there is something to work out around HV7 that was not supposed at the beginning. In the few minutes that I have left, I would like to focus now on gastrointestinal disorders, hoping that you are now convinced that vector-borne diseases are worth investigating and worth thinking about it. So gastrointestinal symptoms in ME/CFS, you all know more than 90% of CFS patients will present IBS symptoms during their life. There are publications of this. Several published studies suggest that is associated with dysbiosis. Probiotic supplementation gives some results. There are also studies linking tick-borne infection and gastrointestinal disorders. For years, this has been completely neglected. And since a few years, Dr. Sabine Hazan is speaking on all IELTS conferences, linking gut microbiome, Lyme disease, and different other chronic conditions. And in all of them, what she finds? Low levels of bifidobacteria. All of them, autism, CFS, tick-borne disease, almost no bifidobacteria. So despite all these reports, gastrointestinal disorders are not regularly investigated. And in our data last year, less than 10% of patients tested for tick-borne infections were also tested at the same time for dysbiosis. We looked at the microbiome of patients with active Borrelia infections. So we used our in-house testing that was published 13 years ago. and we investigated only bacterial part. We focused on 3 pathogens. Prevotella, because it's highly dysbiotic bacteria, very strong hydrogen sulfide producer, or H2S acts as a mitochondrial poison and potent neurotoxin. Think about all CFS patients experiencing mitochondrial issues and neurotoxicity. So very, very important part of microbiome assessment is the focus on Prevotella. Bacteroides, another dysbiotic bacteria found in most anaerobic infections and very resistant to bacterial treatment. And on the other side, you have a good guy, bifidobacteria, which are beneficial bacteria, contribute to keep a microbial homeostasis, but disabled by those Bacteroides and Prevotella bad guys. So we focused on these 3 pathogens. We had 105 stool tests performed at the same time, on the same day as Borrelia phage test. From 58 patients that had positive phage test, we had 45% with high Bacteroides, 45 with total microbiota, 22 with high Prevotella, and 60 with low Bifidobacterium. So when you think about the data I just presented from Dr. Hazan, you see the importance of Bifidobacterium. And recently there was a paper on the microbiome of the woman who was the oldest one in the world, who lived 117 years. They analyzed her microbiome, and it was very highly diverse, but the level of Bifidobacterium was extremely high. So think about Bifido and eat the yogurt, cheese, and everything you have here at a handful that can increase your Bifidobacteria naturally. So when we consider tick-borne infections by individual data with gastrointestinal disorders, I will present 2 cases. One male, 46 years old. He was tested positive for Borrelia miyamotoi. At the moment of the test, he had Bifidobacterium as low as 2%. 1 year later, he was still positive for Borrelia miyamotoi. Bifido was even worse, and Bacteroides was 30%. 2 years later, he finally became negative on phage test. He improved. He was back to work. His Bifido raised on 10%, and Bacteroides were back to the normal 8%. So by managing tick-borne disease, here the Borrelia miyamotoi, and working on the gastrointestinal side, you can solve a big part of the problem, individual dependent for sure. Because when you look at the female, 43 years, 2 pathogens detected, Borrelia miyamotoi and Hermsy, no Bifido, Bacteroides 41%. 1 year later, she got rid of miyamotoi, Hermsy still present. Bifido was better, Bacteroides a little bit. 2 years later, negative, but the gastrointestinal issues persist, which means that even if when you get rid of pathogens, you still have, in several cases, the problems with gut pathogens and the disbalance, the dysbiosis that you need to fix. And a lot of patients continue experiencing the symptoms because of the gastrointestinal issues. So gut barrier integrity is very essential. This interaction host-gut flora, we say now that the gut is a second brain. We will see a lot of information like this. So the importance to pay on this gut testing is enormous. Also on a leaky gut, because this LPS, this component of bacterial wall, will induce the production of nitric oxide, and nitric oxide, when it is increased, the natural killer cells are inhibited, and opportunistic infections, candida, etc., are flourishing in those patients. So, as a conclusion, the overall high failure rate of therapies for vector-borne infections that are one of the major causes in CFS needs a large investigation of different infections, but also on gastrointestinal and immune dysregulation. Don't forget that chronic Lyme, which means chronic tick-borne diseases, can mimic every disease process, including ME/CFS. And if a test is not looking for a given pathogen, it is unlikely you will be detected. And if you really look at the picture I showed several times, you see several contributing factors that will bring the immune dysregulation, gut dysbiosis, and eventually end up in chronic illness. It was said several times today that integrative medicine is a new sustainable vision of healthcare and is a goal for patients with complex clinical picture. Today, the world is facing many negative stress factors, and we see the multiplication of syndromes, afflictions with very complex clinical picture requiring a very wide assessment. So only this holistic approach, bringing a lot of different specialties together, can bring beginning of solution for the patients. A wide international network of collaborating healthcare professionals is the key for advancing the knowledge on those multifactorial afflictions like ME/CFS. And I would really like to thank the organizers for bringing us together here to discuss and exchange and to continue advancing the knowledge. And thank you for your patience and your interest.
Thank you for this nice presentation. Do you have any questions or comments from the public? Just continue.
As you mentioned, the work of the Dr. Sabine Hazan, she has said that it is extremely difficult to replenish bifidobacteria, and she uses fecal transplant treatment. What's your take on that?
Yeah, the fecal transplant is for sure the most efficient way of replenishing, but if you, it can give good results only if you get rid of underlying infections, because if you do the transplant with underlying infections, it will last for a few months and you will have to restart over and over. So she has a very extensive testing range before on going to the fecal transplant in order to ensure that there is no, or what are the known underlying infections and what would be the chance of success of such therapy, because it's not just taking a probiotic pill in the morning with your breakfast. It's much more heavy and it's very costly. So yeah, you first have to get rid of underlying infections, and the results her presented last year's are really astonishing.
So, question about the bacteria, borda. What is the extent of strain diversity and how specific are the phage to different strains?
So, every strain has his own set of bacteriophages. The bacteriophage from Borda will not go to Miyamotoi. So, it's extremely specific. And when you identify by testing one sort of phage, there is no, and of course you do the sequencing after that, there is no doubt what it is. You might be limited with a subset, which means that, for example, in the relapsing fever group, there are subgroups that are genetically very similar, like Hermsey, Percarian, Turicate, and it's very difficult, even with the sequencing, to distinguish them. So in order to avoid having 15 or 30 primers, which will be extremely expensive, we then group them by genetically similar subgroups when we can identify a similar portion. So it is not really important to go down really to the species because it does not matter for the treatment, but it does matter on the economic part for the testing.
So how is strain diversity reflected across different patients? Do they all have the same strains or different strains?
No, different strains.
So different phage will be needed for different patients?
Oh yeah, if you think about treatment, you will need to have different strains because you can have endless. We have patients with 1, 2, 3 different groups, and it can also the detection can move depending on the treatment because don't forget that all those bugs are hiding in biofilms. Depending on did you pre-treat with biofilm breakers before testing or not, you can have more or less of these bugs identified in the first screen, and then you will go with the treatment and you will lift the biofilms and you will discover some more. So yeah, if you think about phage treatment, it will be much more complex. If you think about, okay, I will inject the bacteriophage, it's much more complex than that, in my opinion.
And don't forget that when we cultivate the phages, small amounts of antibiotic was making the popping out of the lytic phage and lysogenic phage. That is why some teams have been promoting low dose of antibiotic for treating some kind of infection, but it doesn't work for other reasons. But it was, we don't know exactly because maybe what we do with antibiotics is not only the effect of the antibiotics, it could be also the effect on phage population. And I wanted to ask you a question, Tanya. Do you have, I think you have an experience on prevotella autistic spectrum disorders. There was a publication in Canada about the rather high prevalence of prevotella in autistic spectrum disorder children. Did you find it in your analysis?
We find it, but it's not the only one, and it's not specific to autistic children. So we find prevotella in most of, let's say, complex cases, regardless of the type of the disease, but indeed also in ISD. What we find also in ISD patients is a very high level of Streptococcus installed. Yeah.
How is your experience related co-infection between the Borrelia, Coxiella, Bartonella, maybe Legionella? Yeah, according to our experience, we have now very big prevalence of infection with Coxiella, but related to Bartonella, we are doing only tests related to Bartonella cancellei that I suppose that we have, it is underdiagnosed.
Yeah.
How is your experience related to these co-infections and what do you think about this?
So Coxiella is very rarely investigated because when the doctors make the testing choices, they make the choice based on economical criteria, and they go for the 3 Bs, Borrelia, Babesia, Bartonella, and the first instance, unless they have a specific symptoms or reason to suspect Coxiella. So the data on Coxiella we have are very, very short. We don't have much of them. But for Bartonella, I can answer you that since that we use this immunoblot that is genus-based and go far beyond Klebsiella and Quintana, we have a huge amount of positives.
Quintana and Klebsiella.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, what would be your take on a patient that, let's say, has a ME or CFS that suggests a viral background, but you said that some viruses like EBV can cause IgM positive, and how many times would you test it, or how would you decide if it's a false positive or asymptomatic infection that should be treated?
So first of all, I'm not MD, I'm PhD. These decisions are belonging to the doctors, but let's say technically speaking, you have other tests for Borrelia than IgM. So if you have persistent IgM, which is of course an economic screen, you will do something else. You will do phage test and you will see if you have active infection or not. And EBV, you know that you can test it in correlation with symptoms when the patients that they re-experience extreme fatigue, they're worse than before, you can think about virus and then retest again.
Yeah, so in case of co-infections, it should be retested more than 2-3 times.
You cannot put a number. You test as per need. Some patients, for example, for Babesia, test 5-10 times, multiplying different labs in order to get an answer. And it depends also. Do you pre-treat the patients with these biofilm breakers or other? There are also protocols of antibiotic pre-treatment that is very popular in the US before testing. So all this is influencing. If you are repeating the same test in the same conditions all and over, you can repeat 10 times, it will be 10 times negative. So if you still have suspicion based on clinics, but then you change the test. You go to something else to try to find the answer.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So for the patients think, is it possible to make a cooperation in these 3 countries, in this region? I don't know, that's a question. So it's a good cooperation, okay. And what test shows that EBV reactivation has happened?
So if you do the PCR and your PCR is highly positive, you know that you have active EBV on whatever virus is. There are also immunoblots from microgen that have a specific combination of antigens and can distinguish between primo-infections and reactivation. But the most surest way is to have a PCR. If you have increased number of copies of DNA, you know that it's reactivated and active at the time.
Is it possible to, is this tick test available internationally? So what about?
Yeah, it is available worldwide.
Thank you. And one more question, is it possible to be bitten by tick and to get disease, to disappear 20 or 30 years later?
Yes, and this is the biggest problem with the assessment of the patients, because the very biggest part do not recall any tick bite or any bite at all when they start exploring the symptoms, experiencing the symptoms. So this is the problem, that when the tick bites, they inject analgesic substances. You do not feel the tick bite like you feel the mosquito bite, and also some immunocompromising compounds. So you do not mount always an immune response to the pathogens that are injected. If you have, at the moment of the bite, a strong immune system, you will not develop the symptoms, and the bugs, if are not eradicated, will migrate to the tissues and they will remain silent. And following a kind of trigger, either a bad flu or what we saw with the COVID generated a huge reactivation of or activation of tick-borne disease symptoms after it. And then the people don't know why. Suddenly they're sick. They do not recall tick bite, but yeah, this is unfortunately very common in chronic patients, that the bug was silent for, let's say, decades and then show up.
Thank you so much for this nice presentation. And,
Thank you.
We should move to the next presentation. So the next presentation will be presented by our colleague from Slovenia, Timon Zupans, and he will tell us about the craniocerebral instability and its role in ME-CFS.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to the organizers, to Professor Milovanović, and thank you to all the lecturers. We had some very interesting lectures so far. This is my third time participating. I'm very honored to participate again in this unique symposium. So I've been interested in ME-CFS, since I was studying here. Now I've shifted to orthopedic surgery. I'm part of the department I'm a resident in Ljubljana. So I thought I would present another side of this coin of ME-CFS, that is craniocervical instability and connective tissue disorders that we talked about a little bit today. So let me start by establishing the connection between ME-CFS and connective tissue disorders. So the global prevalence of ME-CFS goes up to 1.6%. It's more common in women. And the numbers show that a significant portion of these patients exhibit joint hypermobility with up to 50 that meet the criteria for hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. And on the other side, the general population prevalence of hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos is under 1%. So what is craniocervical instability? It is the abnormal laxity or misalignment that is present at the craniocervical junction, so the occiput of the skull and then the C1 and C2 vertebrae, which leads to excessive motion at this junction, causing dynamic compression of the medulla, the cranial nerves, and the upper spinal cord. Some common contributors are, as I said before, hypermobility, and then also trauma and degenerative change. So the pathophysiology of CCI, as I said, there is excessive motion at the craniocervical junction, which causes dynamic constant brainstem compression. So the craniocervical junction relies entirely on the competency of its connective tissues, so the ligaments and membranes that hold it together. And when this connective tissue fails, these joints become unstable, allowing micro movements between the skull and the first two cervical vertebrae. And this is even more pronounced in patients with connective tissue disorders, especially with lax connective tissues, and they are more prone to these micro motions. And then this results in all the different systems that are also present in ME-CFS. So autonomic dysregulation, POTS-like orthostatic symptoms could be explained by this dynamic brainstem compression, also impaired cerebral perfusion because of vertebral artery tension, and the headache and cognitive symptoms because of disruptive CSF flow. This is a picture of the sort of motion X-ray that they do for CCI. It demonstrates how this craniocervical instability affects the junction between, this is actually between the C2 and C1 vertebrae. So on the bottom picture, there is you can see an overhang of the C2 vertebrae in lateral movements. So in these patients, what happens is that each movement, standing, bending, cognitive loads, induce microtraumatic injuries to the brainstem, vagus nerve, upper spinal cord. As I mentioned before, the link to ME-CFS goes back to the autonomic nervous system. So at the occipitocervical junction is where all the important cranial nerves pass, including the vagus nerve. And this vagus nerve compromise could explain these vagal symptoms that ME/CFS patients experience as orthostatic hypotension, POTS, height rate variability. And then, of course, the body then compensates with sympathetic overdrive, which causes persistent tachycardia, fatigue exacerbations, and so on. And there is also a proven link between autonomic nervous system and its regulation of the immune system. And this could also account for the generalized immune hyperactivation that is seen in these patients. I want to just mention some stories that made me interested in this topic. So Jennifer Brears, I think she's the most famous case of craniocervical instability. She's a very famous ME/CFS activist. She even, I think, directed or produced a movie called Unrest, which is an interesting movie about the experiences of ME/CFS patient. And she, after 8 years of severe ME/CFS, she had spinal fusion surgery for CCI, and she recovered fully. So all systems, all at once. There's another series of 3 women that fully recovered after stenosis treatment. And there is another patient, Jeff Wood, who wrote some interesting articles. Again, 4+ years of severe ME/CFS and fully recovered after spinal fusion surgeries. So when I was watching these cases, I just noticed these consistent patterns, which make them very compelling, is the rapid symptom resolution following this mechanical correction, normalization of multiple symptoms, and all of these patients experience sustained long-term remissions. How do we recognize craniocervical instability clinically? So first, we have to focus on the symptoms. If you look at an ME/CFS patient, you should try to recognize symptoms of craniocervical instability. So a lot of them have occipital headaches, neck pain, of course, postural worsening. And then there is this bobblehead sensation that they describe. It's a sensation when the head is, they say their head is too heavy for their neck. And then, of course, the autonomic symptoms. In some cases, they show some neurological signs, such as upper motor neuron findings, signs of myelopathy when the upper spinal cord is compressed. And I think CCI should be considered in all patients who have hypermobility or Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. This is a scoring system for, it's a very easy system to so Ehlers-Danlos syndrome is a clinical diagnosis, and this is the way we diagnose it. We test mobility of different joints on the extremities and the spine. This is very easy, I think, to grade in every patient that you have. And then maybe if you notice hypermobility, you can have a suspicion of craniocervical instability. As far as imaging diagnostics, as far as I know, there's very few neurosurgical centers or neurosurgeons, I think fewer than 20 in the world, who consistently diagnose non-traumatic craniocervical instability, because it requires, first of all, supine imaging, because you have to have the effect of gravity on the craniocervical junction to see these movements. And it requires also imaging with motion imaging. So either digital motion X-ray, fluoroscopy, or motion MRI, which is even rarer. Very few centers have them. One in the United States, in Denver, that I know of. I'm not sure about Europe. Here, I think if it will play, this is a video from this center in the States of how they test unstable C1, C2. Yeah, the same as in the picture before. There is an overhang in lateral flexion of the neck. There's micro movements. And this is the kind of thing that you would only notice if you did this sort of imaging investigations. There's some traditional measurements for CCI, but here we have to make a difference because chronic cervical instability is a known condition in neurosurgery, but it's usually caused by trauma, by degenerative changes, rheumatological diseases, and in all these cases, first of all, they have constant compression, so a lot more often they have signs of myelopathy. And second of all, in these conditions, degenerative and after trauma, after major trauma, these changes are very radiographically apparent. But what we see in Ehlers-Danlos syndrome and ME/CFS are some borderline or negative radiological findings, which is why in these patients, this clinical correlation is critical. So first you have to put the clinical suspicion to have a reason to do these radiological measurements. And even if they're negative or borderline, still does not mean that they do not have movements at the skull spine junction. The management of CCI, there's a few centers that do these things. So of course, conservative management is first. A good test for patients would be to try cervical collars, wear them overnight to stabilize their head position and see if they notice symptom improvement. What is a new thing now that some centers do is regenerative therapies where they, under X-ray fluoroscopy, inject platelet-rich plasma or stem cells into the ligaments at the craniocervical junction. And then what I would advise is just some anaerobic physical therapy, especially for neck extensors and deep flexors of the neck, which stabilize this junction. And in these patients, these muscles are very weak. So no, I'm not talking about aerobic conditioning, which is very bad for ME/CFS, any sort of aerobic exercise, but anaerobic, static hold exercises can help these patients. And then again, we need a multidisciplinary approach to address all the problems with the autonomic nervous system. And now we come to surgical management that I described in the cases before. The surgical option here is occipital-cervical fusion. But again, the choice for surgery has to be very careful. You need to have clearly defined instability with neurologic deficits. So the usual guidelines here would be if there's objective instability with a concordant autonomic and neurological symptoms and failed conservative therapy could be a reason for discussion of surgery. I want to again caution everyone. This it's not that easy. Just do occipital cervical fusion and that's it. These surgeries have very high complication rates. Very often there has to be revision surgery. There can be problems after the surgery. And there is really no randomized control trials or some long-term follow-ups to the results of these surgeries so far. So it has to be a very hard choice. Some key takeaways from today. I think the craniocervical instability provides a plausible mechanism for some of the core ME/CFS symptoms. There is more prospective research needed to confirm this. And the way we should treat these patients is to first make a clinical suspicion. So hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos criteria, postural worsening, bobble head sensation, autonomic symptoms. And I think these patients should then be also evaluated or screened for craniocervical instability radiologically. And this is it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this very nice presentation. Do we have any question to address?
It's very good work. I'm specialist of vertebral neurology, and I have one question. Because you're young doctor and very perspective, do you take only radiological diagnosis, or you may to palpate this CCI?
Yes, you can also palpate it, and I haven't seen many of these patients, so I can't tell you from personal experience. But the doctors that examine these patients, you can feel laxity at the vertebrae if you palpate, especially in hypermobile ehlers danlos. Yeah.
Right.
Where can we diagnose this in Europe, and if?
That's a good question. Yeah, just as far as radiological diagnosis, I'm not familiar with any centers. I think there might be one in Germany. I have to get back to you on that, but yeah, so far, because you need an upright MRI, need motion X-ray, which again, X-ray fluoroscopy centers have it, but they just don't use it for this. So yeah, there has to be some sort of, we have to start some movement maybe to implement these diagnostic methods, yeah. But this is for radiologists. Yeah, but clinically, as I mentioned.
You mentioned the physical therapy, muscling with not aerobic ones, but we know that for some, for example, sports like rugby or things like that, it's done to muscle the neck and things like that. So there are people that are experienced. Have you got experience of this, the outcome of this kind of physical therapies?
So it helps some patients, yes. Just
it's complicated to go
It's
on.
not even complicated. I can show you 2 exercises, one for neck extensors, one for deep flexors of the neck. These 2 muscles stabilize this junction in the front and in the back. Yeah, super easy. 2 free exercises per day.
It's rather easy to perform.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other question? If you can pay a look on the chat. Since current HEDS, HSD guidelines explicitly state that the Baton score cannot be used alone and does not assess cervical or segmental instability, could you clarify the rationale for using it as the sole basis for diagnosing craniocervical instability?
So it's not, of course, it's not used as a sole basis. It's used as a basis for diagnosing hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. And then I think hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome together with typical symptomatology should be reason to investigate radiologically. Or if you don't have the means to investigate radiologically, it could be means to make this diagnosis. So hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos is just one part of it, together with other typical symptomatology that I mentioned, autonomic, this bobblehead sensation, orthostatic problems, and so on, yeah.
And another one, I don't know who can reply on it. Where and how in Belgrade one can access the diagnosis of hypermobility Ehlers-Danlos syndrome when everything else from symptoms are present?
Yeah. I mean, just generally, if you, let me go back to, can I go back to the score? Because these are the criteria for, let me see this. Yeah. Yeah, so this is so just this criteria alone should be enough to make a diagnosis of hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. So, you know, with whichever doctor, maybe I can give this criteria to Professor Milovanović, and maybe, you know, just good to start screening patients for hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos, because it's very common in ME/CFS. You know, when you talk to people who see these patients every day, a lot of them notice this. So yeah, you need this hypermobility of different joints, and then you need a certain number of points, and that should be enough for a diagnosis. Yeah, but who does it here? I have no idea. Maybe some physical medicine or rheumatology. Yeah.
Any other question to address? In the chat, no?
check that there is one clinic in Barcelona.
Okay.
Inpatient.
Yeah, so that should be enough for a hypermobile erythema syndrome diagnosis. Just maybe, yeah.
So if there is no more question, thank you again for the presentation. And we will move to our last presenter for today, Dr. Nikola Marković from Belgrade, member of Young Emerge Board. We heard about this morning. And he will talk about dysautonomy in patients with post-COVID and chronic fatigue syndrome with POTS.
So thank you very much for your kind introduction. It is a really great honor to be here and to speak about this topic. We learned and heard a lot about ME/CFS from different aspects, infection, and in the end we have a mechanical theory. So, but my topic will focus on one of the main symptoms of ME/CFS patients, orthostatic intolerance, and POTS as one of the manifestation. So, as you all probably know, POTS is one of the main clinical feature of dysautonomia. It's prevalent about 0.2%. It mainly happens between 15 and 25 years. It's predominant females, but I think these results are apart from ME/CFS group of patients. Main characteristics are excessive increase in heart rate, followed by symptoms of orthostatic intolerance when assuming the upright position, and orthostatic hypertension or drop of blood pressure should be excluded. And by European Society of Cardiology is one of the main causes of orthostatic intolerance. So a part of the orthostatic intolerance, those patients has fatigue, headaches, brain fog, lightheadedness, shaking, exercise intolerance, PAM, and so on. There are diseases and conditions linked to trigger POTS like infection, autoimmunity, muscle activation, some linked to HPV vaccine and so on, and even some there is a genetic predisposition to having POTS. Why is it important to test autonomic nervous system in patients with POTS? It's to determine the phenotype. So these are the three main phenotypes. You have neuropathic POTS, where is a decrease in sympathetic innervation, especially in lower limbs, where you have a loss of sweating and also temperature and pain sensitive. In legs, so there is a excessive blood pooling. Legs can become blue, red, and purple. That's one of the main subtypes. Then you have hypovolemic POTS. You have hypergeneric POTS with hypertension, followed by tachycardia when assuming upright position. Also, there are autoimmune POTS, POTS which is mainly to muscle activation, some kind of norepinephrine transporter deficit, and so on. So my question today is there any link between POTS and ME/CFS, and what is the main role of dysautonomia? So some of the earlier studies find out in the almost 4,000 patients that 21% of POTS have criteria for chronic fatigue, while the vice versa is a bit different. It's ranged from 5 to 70% of subject, and it mainly depends on diagnostic criteria and the number of the subject. So they both have similar clinical presentation. POTS also has a history of suspected viral infection in about 20 to 50% of patients. It was previously with Epstein-Barr virus, mycoplasma pneumonia, COVID, Lyme, also has connection with autoimmunity, and 20 to 30% of POTS, as I heard before, had muscle abnormalities. So there was one of the articles that I will show you today is by a UK group of researchers. They compared POTS to non-POTS patients with ME/CFS. First, they find out also that orthostatic grading scale scores were higher in POTS as expected, but sleepiness scale was lower in POTS subject. Then they compared some kind of ECG-derived variables for assessment of autonomic nervous system, and those variables, they mainly predominantly sympathetic and parasympathetic, were lower. So what is our experience in everyday clinical practice? We had about 800 ME/CFS patients enrolled. We divided them in two groups. One was after COVID, one was unrelated to COVID, and in the end, 7.7 had POTS in one group, while 5.4 had POTS in ME/CFS patients unrelated to COVID. So we divided them into four groups, two before mentioned groups, and turned four groups were age and sex matched but without POTS. We did a methodology. Here's our methodology. We did a cardiovascular reflex test, head-up tilt test, short-term heart rate variability, and Holter ECG. We also did a blood pressure monitoring, but there was no statistical significance. These are the demographic characteristic of the study population. So as you can see, predominantly females, about 35 years old. So everything is inconsistent with the previous literature. So when we finished the cardiovascular reflex tests, we found out that both POTS group had higher definite parasympathetic dysfunction in comparison to groups without POTS. Head-up tilt test was a bit more positive without statistical significance in group without POTS. Previous studies shows that in patients with syncope, 20% of them had POTS, but POTS is not the main mechanism leading to the syncope, so that is also inconsistent with previous literature. Extreme variation of blood pressure, which are mainly due to periodic sympathetic inhibition and parasympathetic activation, are more common in both POTS groups. So they are reflecting the baroreceptors dysregulation, and main function of baroreceptor is short-term regulation of blood pressure. During the short-term heart rate variability in chronic fatigue unrelated to COVID, we saw that two mainly variables for parasympathetic function were statistically lower in POTS group. Others also parameters were lower, but without statistical significance. It's mainly due to small sample size. When we have after COVID, we also see that variables were lower, but without reaching statistical significance. As I said, mainly due to small sample size, AHR was a bit higher. So on the both group on 24 Holter ECG monitoring, we didn't reach the statistical significance. Still, the same thing is happening. They have the lower values, same as after COVID. So at the end, POTS as one of the main manifestations of dysautonomia is common in ME/CFS patients. There is more prevalent parasympathetic dysfunction. They have more extreme blood pressure variation. So it could be reasonable to assume that in those patients, in ME/CFS patients, POTS is mainly due to parasympathetic dysfunction, which is accompanied by inadequate baroreceptor short-term control of blood pressure and heart rate. We also published this paper where we have an additional syncope group, and they have a different, without ME/CFS or post-COVID, and they have a bit different patterns of autonomic phenotype in those two groups. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for this nice presentation. It was really nice to listen to the results of the team of Professor Milovanović, especially from the young colleague. And I would like if there's some comments or questions from the audience.
So do you think POTS precedes fatigue symptoms, or is it a consequence of fatigue symptoms?
Well, that's a very good question, because we have patients with POTS who do not have criteria for ME/CFS. The main problem are those orthostatic intolerance or syncope, but then a lot of patients with ME had POTS. So I think that's the question: what is the older hen or the egg? So I think maybe the POTS could be one of the signs that in the future the patient will have all those criteria for ME/CFS, some kind of the warning sign. So still, we need this kind of prospective studies to get a precise answer. Biomarkers, maybe. Yeah, I agree.
We have more questions, or maybe chat? No questions. No new questions. So if no questions, I would like to thank the presenter, and I'll ask Professor Milovanović to give us.
It was our last session. I think that meeting was successful. We have some ideas, some comments on the end. I hope next year we meet again here, and this model of education is a right way for doctors, from patients, and I am very proud because we have here the representative of region from Slovenia, Croatia, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Europe, If you have not comments, I invite you on the port, or we have now the lunch. And thank you for everything, and see you next year.
Yes.